Crossover. Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at Ever Level Concrete. No. Yeah, everlevelconcrete.com.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Sorry.
It's still Everlevel.
Everlevelconcrete.com.
You did that thing where you started thinking about it instead of just letting
It did.
the autopilot
Have you ever done
take
that
over.
walking upstairs?
Done
Forget how to walk
Sometimes
upstairs?
I walk upstairs and there'll be like a bunch of stairs and I will get too focused on the stairs and then I'll just forget how to walk. That has happened to me.
That happens to me if somebody...
Hand up. It happened.
That happens to me if somebody asks me like my birthday or how old I am. I'm like, wait,
Oh, see, that's different though. I don't actually know that.
How old you are?
Yeah. People ask me that and I actually have to think.
Aren't you
about it.
33?
No, I believe I'm 32.
Oh, okay.
What year were you
believe?
born?
I was born in 1992.
Okay, math
And
boy.
I've already had my birthday this
So
year.
you're 32.
So I believe I'm 32.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, you are 32.
I believe I'm 32.
No, you are.
You're a
32.
May boy, right?
Yeah, I believe I'm 32.
No, you are. You
That's
are
exciting.
32.
Yeah, I'm 32.
Hmm.
I am 32. That's right, John.
36.
But somebody will ask me in
27.
January and I'll say,
27.
gosh,
100.
I think I'm 32. So,
There you go.
yeah.
John,
I
do you
won't
know how old
remember.
you are?
Nope.
John's
It doesn't matter. It matters not.
Josh, you know how old people are and
I do math.
that's your brain. Yeah.
What?
You always keep track of these things.
No, I don't.
Oh,
I
there's-
was wrong about you. I guessed wrong.
He probably listens to a podcast where they just rattle off people's names.
I'm not that bored.
Do you remember...
Sean Penn is 64.
You know when things happened better than anybody
He knows
that I
when
know.
things
Barack
happen
Obama
based
is
off of...
61.
He knows when things happen based off of something that happened in like Husker
Yeah,
football or
historical
Cowboys
milestones.
Matthew
football.
McConaughey
Yeah.
is 53.
See, I don't know any of these people's ages. I got nothing for you. I can tell you about things
You're a big
around things.
landmarks guy.
Well, that's how my brain works.
That's cool.
I can tell you about the Monday Night Football game that happened the night before 9/11.
That's awesome. I'm not.
And
That's a
then
really
young Kim.
That's a really good
I can tell you
thing
about that, yeah.
that you know all this.
And
It's
McCaffrey broke
impressive.
his leg.
See,
There you go.
And then the towers fell.
You know a
And the
lot of
Towers.
2001 stuff.
Hey, man.
Why do you know so many
13 years old. It's prime age for knowing stuff.
Yeah,
13
it
years
is.
old when that's like, you care so much about sports. It's an awesome time. Being 13 and caring about sports is so much fun. It can be like the end all be all.
That would have been me in 2005. I do remember 2005 pretty well.
There you go.
Yeah.
John, do you remember 1984?
White Sox won the World
Of
Series.
course I remember 1984.
Oh,
It was one of
Cubs!
my favorite years ever.
Cubs.
Great year. Great
Hmm.
summer. Great baseball team. Then the Huskers lost to Syracuse.
I'm
And the
like that
Huskers.
with 2010, except it's the music. A
I
lot of
still
bangers
remember
came
it.
out in 2010.
One of the rare times I ever got triggered at Harry Carey.
Oh,
So Nebraska played Syracuse. They lost. They were big favorites. And they were number one in the country. And I was with my grandpa that day. And so we listened to the game on the radio and got home and the Cubs were still playing. And of course, we're in the middle of the division race. And, random chit chat in the middle of the inning. Steve, I see that Syracuse beat number one Nebraska.
Oh man.
How about that?
Oh man.
Hey, Arnie, you know anybody from Nebraska? And I got mad. I was like, shut up, Harry. I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, this is where I go to avoid this.
This was where this was during
my
my
safe space.
my
This
safe
was
haven.
during my time as a fan where
Oh.
if Nebraska lost, I refused to look at the
Despondent.
paper the next day.
It's over.
Refused to read the paper the next day
Life is over.
because it was like my defense mechanism of this really didn't happen.
How did they get back up to number one that year? Did everyone
they
else
were-
just lose in front of them?
Yeah, well, remember that's the year BYU won the national championship.
That's true.
So there
So-
was a lot of craziness. That
Yeah, a lot of
happened.
carnage. They
it was
fell
like
to
the
number
2007 of John's time.
Nice.
Plus that, it was actually
Yeah.
the
Looks like Oklahoma. They had a tie in there and a couple losses.
who had a tie.
Oklahoma. They lost. They tied to
Yeah,
who'd they tie to? Texas. Oh,
1984.
yeah.
40.
It's a long
40
time
years
ago,
ago, man.
friends.
40
A
years ago.
long time ago. Long time.
we've always been at war with East Asia. Am I right?
That was the. Oh, never mind. This wasn't 1 versus 2. Oklahoma. '87 was game of the
Yes.
century too, right?
Yes.
I think Jack Mitchell went to that game. He's told the story of like just the anticipation, 1 versus 2. Wow, can you imagine that in Lincoln, Nebraska? It's so hard to imagine.
It is.
It sounds fun though.
Well, we had our version in 2001.
We did. That was 2
2
versus
versus
3.
2 versus 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
And in Colorado, 2 versus 3.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
I believe
94?
I believe that 1 versus 2. That's the only 1 versus 2.
In Memorial
that
Stadium.
Memorial Stadium is hosted.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, that's sad.
Yeah.
Probably the only one.
And
it'll
Nebraska
ever
was number
have.
1 for a long time.
Yeah.
And still only had one
One,
versus 2.
1 versus 2. That's wild.
At home.
Yeah.
Yeah, at home.
So what are the other ones they have? They have the game of the century.
Game of the century.
What other regular
Full-
season ones do they have?
That's it.
In 2000, was Oklahoma ranked 2 in that game?
I don't think so. I think there were 3.
Were
or
they 3?
4.
Because they caught off a lot of people off guard that year.
I thought they were like
They were 3.
They were
Nebraska
3.
was number 1. Oh,
Yeah.
man. Could have been
so
number 1
close.
versus number 2 in the regular season. Bummer.
yeah, but they lost that one, so
Yeah.
it didn't matter anyway.
And none of like the 90, the 95, like Kansas State or Colorado. None of
no, they weren't
those.
even close to number 1.
None of those were.
Well, I mean, you know,
Colorado was right, 95.
2
weren't they?
versus 3 against not 95.
Let's see. Nebraska was no, it was 2-7. 2-7 and 2-8. Bummer. Yeah. Bummer.
Colorado didn't hold up there, and it should have been number 1.
Should have been number 1, Colorado.
Blame Rick
You
Neuheisel.
idiots.
Ouch.
Blame Rick Neuheisel.
So, how was your guys' weekend? Did you enjoy things?
Nope.
Really?
It was a good weekend, actually.
I wouldn't.
I mean, Friday night was amazing.
That was fun. I did enjoy the baseball.
As much as
Yes.
the Freddie
Grand slam.
Freddie Freeman home
Teeth
run.
boy.
Oh man.
Well, you're on the
Kirk
Dodgers?
Gibson.
Yeah. Yeah, that was cool. The rest of it kind of
Speaking of the 80s, Kirk Gibson reincarnated.
Uh-huh.
It happened again.
Uh-huh. That's true.
Though it didn't hit me the same way as Kirk Gibson did. Mainly because I can't stand either of these teams.
He wasn't quite as gimpy.
No, he wasn't.
He could walk.
And the
Yeah.
setup to that was perfect.
Right.
The thing, though, the thing to me that makes the Freeman Grand Slam more amazing was the play that happened right before it that now is forgotten to history. I mean, that catch, you got the best hitter in the game at the plate in a moment like that, and everyone's like, here comes Otani. Oh, my God. And he swings at the first freaking pitch.
Yep.
And who was it? Was it Verdugo? Is that who?
Yeah.
Mario?
No.
When he flew into the stands?
he
It was
jetered.
Verdugo.
He
Yeah.
jetered into
nice
the
reference,
stands.
John.
He jetered
And no
into the
gift
stands
basket
and
was
stole,
handed out.
and stole the hit, or no, it wouldn't have been a hit. It was a foul ball, but stole the out away. And I was
Yeah,
like,
like
oh
that.
my God. And then it
The
literally
was
took-
it the next pitch, right? It was the
and-
first pitch?
And then it was
Boom.
they brought in Nestor, the next pitcher, right? Or was Nestor in there for the Otani?
I don't think he faced Otani. But I don't
I thought
know.
it was the same. No, it was the same pitcher. He threw 2 pitches.
Yeah,
he got an
yeah,
out, and then
yeah.
he hit the grand slam.
So and then
Also,
Freeman
all
comes
time.
up and it's one pitch. And
Also, shout out to Aaron Boone. What the hell is that guy doing? Who puts in Nestor Cortez? He hasn't pitched in a month.
Dude,
I
when he came on and they showed that graphic and his ERA was super high, I was like, this is interesting. And, I mean, he got the
Incredible.
first pitch out, so I was like, okay.
Tim
Yeah.
Hill exists. They have other lefties in their bullpen.
and he threw the same pitch, almost same location
Yeah.
both times.
Just absolute juice spot to left-handed hitters too. Right there.
Otani gagged on it, but Freddie didn't.
Nice.
Nice.
Freddie
Yeah,
Freeman,
I was
best
thinking-
hitter in the game.
I was thinking about this, John. You love the Otani narratives.
Oh yeah,
You love the Otani.
love those narratives.
If he had been out the remainder of this World Series because of the injury
Because of the slide.
and the Dodgers win, what would you have done with that?
Oh, boy.
Oh, I wouldn't have done anything with it.
That's not true.
No, I wouldn't have done anything.
Thank you,
with it.
Happer.
That's not true.
No.
You would have loved it.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
Lots
have.
of
They
jokes.
won
Because the Dodgers
in
still
spite
win.
of Otani.
Because he wins and he still has his
But he
ring.
doesn't win. But you could always say that he doesn't win
Well, he
because he
did.
wasn't there when
He did
they won.
because he was on the team.
Okay. All right. You say that now, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure I believe you.
I still don't understand how he got hurt.
Dislocated his shoulder. When he went to go slide, his arm was down in a really weird way, and I think his arm caught the ground and it like
It sure didn't
drug
look
it out
like
with
it.
just enough
It
momentum.
sure didn't look
It didn't
like
look like
it.
anything happened.
It didn't look like anything.
Yeah.
It was weird. Because I'd heard about it at the basketball game that he'd gotten hurt. And so Rob Anderson called up the video.
John, Otani. It's Otani. Come quick, it's Otani.
Is that what happened at the game?
Yeah. And we watched the video. I'm like, where did he get hurt?
No, that's what the replay looked like to me when he went to go slide. I think when he put his hand
is a
down,
very
it just kinda
I mean, that's
fragile
definitely
person.
when it happened, but I didn't see it.
He's the largest fragile person I know.
Wow.
He's just breaking apart.
sad.
He's like a a bad
Here
rocket
he goes.
ship on re-entry.
It's about to happen right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there. You see, so it kind of caught.
Yeah, we know what happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw
just-
it, but I didn't.
It just
see
doesn't
it.
look that bad.
That does not
Yeah.
look like.
Yeah.
But the human body is
Hey,
strange.
not
I
to
guess.
not to trigger anybody,
No,
but
he is playing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he gonna
I
play?
haven't seen the lineup yet, but that's the.
We know he's not playing in the field.
that was my reaction. Not to trigger anybody. When Dale Earnhardt died, I was like, "Wow, that accident."
That was everybody's reaction when
It was like,
when
that one?
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah.
barely hit the wall.
That was
Same
the
here.
broadcaster's reaction.
Yeah,
when
like,
that
oh,
happened.
bummer, he crashed.
And then it started.
Well,
to get
because
pretty
he hit his
Yeah.
he hit his steering wheel, didn't he? Isn't that
No,
what
I
happened?
didn't hit the steering wheel. But it's the basal fracture. It's just the. But yeah, we'd seen accidents like that before
Mhm.
so many times.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I thought it was a nothing burger.
Hmm.
I thought it was a nothing burger.
Otani's still alive and playing baseball.
and
tonight.
playing baseball.
Jeremiah says, I say this with all due respect because John got me hooked on the show. Thank you, Jeremiah, for listening. For
appreciate
John. John spelled with an H, by the way. But I knew his age when he said he was on his second Malibu and had to get used to the features. Guess that gives away your age, John. I don't know which part of it.
I'm
Is
on-
it the second
hey,
Malibu or getting used to the
Hey,
features?
it's my third Malibu.
There you go. It's his third
Wow.
one.
And yeah, it was
Third generation Malibu.
I'm still getting used to the fact that the
Malibu
keys
boy.
never have to come out of my pocket.
That is weird.
It's still.
Do you have CarPlay on that one? Does that one have CarPlay? Your new one?
I would assume. So.
What do you mean CarPlay?
You can plug it in your phone into it, and then there's a screen, and then
You
all
also
of your
have
phone
to-
stuff
Oh,
is
you
just
mean
right there.
Android Auto? Yeah, I have.
Oh
Android
yeah, Android Auto. Sorry,
yeah,
CarPlay's the
you don't
Apple
even need
version.
to. You don't
need to
even
plug
need
it
to
in
plug it
anymore.
in. It just hooks up.
Yeah, it just does it by itself. It's
But
pretty
yes,
cool.
I think it has the Apple CarPlay.
It
But
Do
yeah,
you
it
have
has-
Android car
But
set
it
up?
has Android Auto.
Isn't
Of
that
course.
pretty neat?
It's a new car, of course.
Whenever
it
I
has
get
it.
into a car that has that feature, I'm like, man, I want a new car.
I use the maps all the time.
Oh, it's
Anybody
great.
wants to give me a new car?
When I go home, I just
I'm here.
I just punch the button. It says home, and it shows me the map because that way, in case there's like traffic issues,
You don't even have to
It'll show
tell
up.
it to go. After a while, John, it'll figure out where you're going based on what time you get in the car.
Nice.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, it
Yeah.
does. That's what happens to
No,
me.
I love it. It's great.
It every time I get in the car, it guesses where I'm going, and it's usually because I'm coming here or going home from here.
Oh, well, now
but
you're about to start
sometimes-
going to basketball
Some-
games.
when I start to do that a little bit more, it'll tell me go this however many minutes to CHI Health Center.
The
however
only
many
thing,
minutes to
the
Pinnacle
only thing
Bank
it
Arena.
hasn't figured out, and it happened today as I was tuning in your show when Matt Rhule was talking, was I stopped what I was playing back on my phone to listen.
Yeah,
And then all of a sudden, right in the middle of Matt Rhule's response, the next podcast started. I'm
That's
like,
right.
wait a minute. I
It'll-
told you to stop.
it'll like always default.
Yeah.
I do. It does that to me when I'm driving out of the parking lot. I'll turn on the radio to listen to
Yeah.
you guys.
1620, the zone.
Yep,
It's
that'll be
really cool
playing.
for those of you who have the Apple CarPlay or the Android Auto. You can put the Zone app on
Nice.
your
On the
home
screen.
screen.
How's the zone app in cars?
It's great.
It worked.
Awesome. Hey, that's what I want to hear. People
Now-
always complain
now-
about it.
Okay, but I'll say this.
Yeah.
Because
Our signal's great,
It's
too.
a newer car. I can pull in the Zone now all the way back home.
What?
Whoa.
Yes.
New cars have better AM signals?
People always complain about the signal. I have always gotten the signal almost all the way to Lincoln for 1620.
What?
Yeah.
So it's not an us problem the whole time. It's been a car
It's
problem.
a new. I need
Well,
a new car.
This is the reason why the
The
electric
Zone.
car people want to get rid of AM radio, because it's the electrical stuff in your car that helps interfere in AM radio frequencies. So
Yeah.
so that's why in electric cars they have to do special things to make sure AM radio still works. We still of course
AM
have
radio.
electronics in our car because it's battery powered and
Mhm.
you've got a lot of stuff. Well, the newer cars are shielded better. And so, yeah, 1620 comes in clear as a bell all the way to Lincoln.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is my preferred method of listening to
Same here.
this show. Yeah.
Same here.
Or
Because
any
it's
show.
AM radio.
Mhm.
And whether you're listening on your Apple CarPlay or your Android Auto, it's still AM
Although
radio.
it was nice when I was leaving to go to the Creighton game on Saturday to listen to 1019 The Keg, which had been
Dun-na,
overreaction.
dun-na-na-na-na, wah!
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was pre that.
Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, sorry.
It was Big red overreaction.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's what I was listening
Yeah.
to on
Nice.
1019 The Keg.
Going back to the Otani thing, I've been told he has hypermobile shoulders, so that's why he's okay to play again.
good.
He
Hypermobile
Yeah,
shoulders.
they can
Good for
dislocate,
him.
but then they can just get put back, and he's fine.
That sounds like what they're doing on the interstate right now. No,
Hyper-
we're just installing
Yeah,
hypermobile
what are they
shoulders.
doing? I didn't realize there was a
Hypermobile
construction until Wang Nachos last week.
They're
Like, what is this?
they're putting up that I don't remember what they call it, but it's that 3-wire fence between the lanes.
Oh, okay.
That stuff in the median.
Yeah.
That they're putting up.
So if
If
you
you
crash,
notice-
you just stay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Instead of cars going
Drifting
across
over
the
there.
grass,
They're getting
into
ready
the-
for snow season.
correct.
Mhm.
Okay.
John, I
They've
don't
done
know.
that from the Platte River all the way up to
Mm.
the what's that exit?
Zone. Oh,
The,
I don't know how
the-
you do that, John.
what-
Every
the-
day.
I drove to Lincoln and back yesterday, and
Yeah, how
I
was
did
that?
not like it.
Oh, you too? Me too.
Yep.
what were you doing there?
It was the Habsy.
Oh yeah, Happer was there for basketball.
And soccer. I did soccer yesterday.
For
Nice.
what? Like PA?
Yeah, I was the PA for
For
Nebraska
soccer?
GBR.
How'd that go?
It's great. They won.
Okay.
They beat Indiana. Nobody beats Indiana.
Oh wow, yeah, especially not in football. Hey, can I ask you why are you so triggered about Indiana? You don't think they're better than Ohio State?
I do not think they're better than Ohio State. No.
No,
Interesting.
I don't either.
No.
What? Really?
No.
Okay, interesting.
Well,
I'm mad because the media keeps doing this.
What?
They
Keep
want
saying
it
Indiana's
so
good.
bad.
They keep winning and covering and winning and covering
They-
and winning
no,
and covering.
It's how bad they won it.
Well, it's because it's fun. It's,
It's how-
different. People like different,
But it's
different.
but they're also good. What is?
They are
they
good.
are good.
They are
Yeah.
good.
They are good.
I still think
Yes.
if they played 10 times, Ohio State probably beats them 7.
Okay, interesting.
They are good. I have no problem saying they're good. Everybody should say they're good.
I think Indiana's
They
better than Ohio State.
Are
I can't believe how lowly
good.
ranked they are right now. When I opened up the AP
Oh,
poll
I'm-
yesterday, I was like, "Is this last week's poll still? They didn't move it. They're in the same spot, right? I did look at the correct
know.
poll.
I don't know.
They haven't moved,
I haven't looked at the
It's
poll.
because it's Indiana,
but people like it. Going to Happer's theory, everyone likes Indiana, so why aren't they higher?
because it's
They
Indiana,
should be higher than Miami.
and they haven't played anybody.
Okay,
Facts.
They're
I'm
kicking
using
the
air
crap out of
quotes.
teams. They're kicking the crap out of teams.
They
I'm
are.
impressed. Who's
I mean,
Ohio
it-
State beat? If Indiana hasn't beaten anybody, who's Ohio State beat? Nobody. And they lost to Oregon.
I'm not arguing with you, but
I don't
but,
get it.
But you know why? Because
They're 13.
because they're Ohio State.
I'm not.
and
I'm
they're
not saying
Indiana.
why aren't they third. I'm saying why in the world are they
Sure, they
13th?
They could be 8.
Tennessee's better than Indiana. Tennessee. You watch that offense, putrid at times.
Yeah, no. Indiana's probably about
No
as good as
offense.
them. Yeah.
BYU is better than Indiana, the team that's having to go
Hell.
down to the wire with Oklahoma State.
Screw Indiana. What about the Clones?
Clones are 11.
The
How are the
Clones
Clones?
are the
I don't think the Clones
Clones.
are better than Indiana.
Clones are better than Indiana.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
Clones are not better than.
No, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Anyway, I think they're good.
So you don't think Indiana is getting enough?
not in the AP rankings. They're not
This is.
Oh, I would agree with that.
in the AP. Happer, they're 13th.
Yeah, you could rank.
But this is
I don't
the
care
same,
what you rank.
This is the same AP that still has Missouri ranked.
Do they?
Guess who's Missouri's best win?
Missouri's
like-
ranked.
It's
Guess
like
who Missouri's
It's
best
Vandy.
win? Yeah.
Northwest Missouri
But-
State.
Vandy.
And then after that, it's like
Oh yeah. It's horrible.
it's rock bottom.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah, they ain't
It's not very
played.
good.
They ain't played squat.
No, for
That's
sure.
right.
I think
For sure.
Illinois is still ranked.
Illinois is 24th. But I mean, after that, there is a question of okay, who are you going to put in there? Vandy, who lost their third game, Memphis, Tulane, Navy, who just got destroyed, UNLV, Arkansas. I mean, like it is. There is a dearth of teams.
Put Nebraska in there. They
They would
beat
have won,
Colorado.
man. If they would have won.
How
They'd be
about
ranked.
Washington State being 22nd?
They are
The
indeed
Pac-12
22nd.
is rising.
They're 22nd. Yeah, I think Indiana's good, Happer.
I do
I think
too.
they are a
I do
good.
too.
I think
Stop
they are a
doing this.
legitimate good football team.
They are. They are.
And if Rourke is back, I think they're going to beat Ohio State.
I do not think they're going to beat Ohio State.
Okay. They're going to go all the way to the national title, and Happer and
game
Jack
is-
Mitchell will still be like, I don't know if they're good though.
That game's in Columbus, right?
It is.
I think Ohio State wins, but it should be a very entertaining game.
That's their next 2 weeks, right? Penn State and Indiana.
No, it's Penn State, somebody, and then Indiana.
Okay.
And then because Indiana has game, Ohio State off week, Purdue. So their second off week isn't until the
And I
penultimate
think
week
isn't
of the
the
season.
game before Ohio State, Michigan?
Yes.
Is that what the order is?
I believe the game before Ohio State
yes.
is
So who do they
Michigan.
play this week? Who does Indiana play this week?
Michigan State. They're on the road at Michigan
State, Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That Michigan State could give them a fight. That could be an interesting game.
Yeah, they're I
'Cause
think
I
a
don't know- I don't-
7-point road favorite.
I would be I mean, I don't know exactly the surgery they gave old Rourke, but man, to go through surgery on the thumb and then be back in 2 weeks, that doesn't make sense.
Wasn't it like a fingernail issue? Or like a
Well, I heard some they put like screws in there or something.
Well, that's the thing, John. I mean, I feel like they could escape the next 2 weeks with wins, and if they can do that, then
they could.
So if they go 2-0, and Rourke then comes back to the Ohio State game, he would have had a month off because it would have been the Nebraska game on the 19th, and then play again until the 23rd of.
Rusty.
Never mind. So I got the order wrong. I thought they were off after Ohio State. They are off before Ohio State. They have at Michigan State, Michigan bye week at Ohio State, and then
they can win the next two.
Oh,
sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Michigan stinks.
They'll be.
Well, then we
favorites.
definitely need Ohio State to win this week because Penn State won't play anybody after this week.
So why do we need them to win?
So that we have chaos.
What's the best?
No. I think Penn State gives you chaos. If Penn State wins and Indiana wins out, and Oregon, Penn State, and Indiana are all undefeated.
Yeah, but
that'd be chaos.
if Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, and Indiana all have one loss, that's even better.
Well, that would be extra chaos.
That's what I want. See, you like original recipe chaos. I like extra crispy chaos.
Yeah, but who's Oregon going to lose to?
But I don't endorse the company that does those two brands because they're bad now.
So if you're rooting for an Oregon loss, you are hoping that the cross-country travel gets them because they're at the Big House and they're also at Wisconsin in a couple of weeks. Yeah, that's what you have to hope for. Yeah, because otherwise it's home games. They have Washington at home, and then they have another.
But if we could get Oregon
good.
and then a 3-way tie between Penn State, Ohio State, and Indiana.
Yeah, we could do this with both spots.
I want chaos.
Yeah.
I want chaos.
I love that. I'm cool with that.
I want the Big Ten to have headaches, just like they gave us.
John, don't worry.
over the
Everyone is going to have headaches.
Oh,
the SEC is a tire fire.
But I
right
don't
now.
want Indiana to beat Ohio State. That's for sure.
That's wild. You have turned on Indiana so much because
I don't think he was ever on Indiana.
No, but imagine last year Happer saying, "I want Ohio State to beat Indiana." You would have said, "But why? Why would I care about Indiana?" And a year later, now you're so triggered.
Point blank. Period. That's it. Why would I care about Indiana?
You want Indiana to lose to Ohio State?
Yes, because all you guys are sick in the head. All the media is sick.
Wouldn't it be so funny if Ohio State missed the playoff, though?
No,
Would you rather have Indiana in the playoff than Ohio State? New blood. No,
I want Ohio State in the playoff.
Really?
Yeah.
There's going to be new blood anyway.
Oh, for sure.
There's going to be plenty of that.
I want bonus new blood.
I want the clones.
Hey,
I want the clones.
They should put the clones.
Clones.
Hey, so there's a comment in here from Behringer fan. CU will not be ranked by year's end. I believe this is not about Creighton. This is about Colorado. Backward clap for them being bowl qualified, but they have at least 2 more losses by the end of November.
What's Colorado got?
What is Colorado's schedule?
I think that people need to prepare themselves for Colorado being a Big 12 representative in the CFP because they have. Let's keep an eye out, folks.
Mr. Media.
Let's keep an eye. Hey, no, let's look at who they play. That's what I'm doing.
I'm not laughing at Josh. I'm laughing with Josh.
I'm providing facts here. Facts.
Okay.
At Texas
Tell
Tech.
everybody what their record is right now.
They are 6-2.
Okay.
They've lost to Nebraska and Kansas State.
All right.
So they have 1 conference loss. So in terms of the conference, they are fine. In the last 4 games, because they're off this week, they travel to Lubbock, Texas to play the Red Raiders.
Bad.
The Red Raiders.
They host garbage Utah, one of the biggest
Bad.
underachievers of the year.
Yeah.
They're at Kansas.
Getting better?
Maybe. And then they have Oklahoma State on Black Friday.
Bad.
Happer.
Yeah. No, they're going to go 10-2.
And do you know what that would mean? That they would
That
go
would
to
mean
the
Nebraska beat a college football
By the
playoff.
way,
then they would go. So now they need help.
says 15% chance of this happening.
So
by the
they
way.
need help because BYU and Iowa State are undefeated. So they would need help right now, and Kansas State would own the tiebreaker over them. So they need a little bit in front of them.
And BYU has Utah, Kansas, at Arizona State, Houston.
Yeah, and so they don't play Iowa State, but they have played with their food a good amount this season. Well, maybe not a good amount, but they definitely did against Oklahoma State. BYU has. Iowa State also played with their food a little bit versus
Iowa State and
UCLA.
BYU are both capable of losing. Certainly.
yeah.
Do you want to hear something, Clone? By the way,
But
speaking
so
of
is
my
Colorado.
clones,
For sure. I'm not going to predict them to go 4-0. I'm just saying we need to be prepared.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Prepare
saying.
yourself.
does Iowa
State
hold
or
on.
Iowa?
Iowa State. Does Iowa State ever have a 10-win season?
Ever? I don't believe so.
Wow.
I'm going to look this up.
Well, yeah.
I bet you probably hate them having a good year too, huh,
okay,
Happer?
so Matt Campbell, they went 9-3 in 2020.
Wow.
Yeah, there's
Iowa
COVID.
State.
They played 12 games
Iowa
in the
State-
COVID year.
Iowa State, just like Indiana,
Has never had a
has
10-win
never
season.
had a 10-win season. K Ford right now has Iowa State with an 82% chance of 10 or more wins.
Wow.
I bet Ames Sports
82
Talk
of at
Radio is
least
going
10
crazy.
wins.
Mm.
It's a 15% chance of undefeated, 35% chance of 11 wins.
And by the way, they play a lot of the similar teams that we talked about with the other two. They play Texas Tech, they play Kansas, they play Cincinnati, Utah, but they do have Kansas State.
Give me
in
some
the last-
Iowa State fight music, man. This is my team. Forget about your Indianas. Forget about your Josh's Ohio State. Give me Iowa
I don't like
State.
Ohio
How's
State.
their song go? I forgot.
Yeah, I don't even know.
They don't put those on the game anymore.
I used to remember these songs.
Those-
John,
Me
you
too.
were talking about how you want all these weird tiebreaker scenarios. This conference is going to be the one to give it to you.
yeah, I mean,
As long as
that
it
was
does-
obvious.
As long as you
from the
don't
start.
screw my clones.
Clones. Where
Go
do you come out on
clones.
this?
Wide
Clones.
right, natty light, baby.
I just say
No,
Chris
they
says
drink
Big 12 is
Busch
trash. Well, I don't
No,
understand.
no,
how-
there used to be a blog. I think it was a
12's
blog
awesome.
or a
Who? What are we talking about?
wide right and natty light.
I don't know what that is.
I believe it used to be the blog for.
That sounds like a great
But Iowa
podcast.
State was
for
Busch
Iowa
Light
State.
University. Like I
No,
thought,
there's a lot of natty light that goes on at. Apparently, that's the
Wide
'cause-
right and Natty Light is the SB Nation
Yeah.
for Iowa State.
wow.
because this
That's
was,
awesome.
I believe, this was the beer that Larry Eustache was drinking when he was partying with.
And
the
his
co-eds.
wide right is that
Field
nice.
goal.
That's the Oklahoma State field.
Yes.
Okay, that's a solid
What
name for a
about
website.
Cyclone Jim or whatever that guy's name was?
Cyclone Jim.
Cyclone guy. He was
I don't know this
pretty
man.
famously drunk last year, a couple of years ago. Cyclone Bob,
There's no-
Cyclone Bill.
It's not in the YouTube.
It's not on YouTube. The
If
whole
I
internet.
play it on YouTube,
Wow,
it
spicy Nick.
Well, we've talked about this before. If I play it on YouTube,
Have
it'll
to
make
roll your
our
eyes that
audio
much.
going out sound all bad and gross.
Hmm.
It'll mess up the audio on the
Well,
stream.
we
if
definitely
I
don't
play
have
off
it inside of the
computer.
computer.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
I just wanted to hear some Iowa State. I just want to celebrate my clones.
Sorry, John.
Clones.
You could play it, Nick, and we could be quiet for like
Rack 'em.
10
Once
seconds.
again, the stupid television ruins everything. Am I
Mm.
right?
Cyclone Larry. Look up Cyclone Larry, Josh. You'll be interested in Cyclone Larry.
Will I?
Cyclone Larry.
Yeah, he's got a Twitter account.
Man, John, I totally forgot about the Larry Eustace thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
What a
good
blast
times.
from
I
the
remember-
past.
I-
Cyclone Larry 69.
Nice.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking
36,000 followers?
Yeah, he's
Who
huge.
is this person?
Cyclone Larry.
Okay, I don't know.
He's
who
a
this person
drunk Iowa State fan.
is. Okay. Hard to argue with that.
Is he like that Alabama fan that I discovered last year who talks in
Oh, yeah.
weird cadence?
I forgot
That
about that
guy
man.
was awesome.
Well, I can't remember his name, but
Yeah.
just funnier than hell.
Forgot about that name.
Bill.
I got to remember that
Probably
dude.
Bill or something like that. You're going to be friends with that Alabama guy again.
Man, I'm telling you, this is going to be awesome. 10-win Iowa State,
Yeah.
10-win Indiana,
I want happiness for
Colorado.
everybody except for
undefeated
Indiana.
Army.
Undefeated. Oh, that'd be fun.
I want happiness for everybody except Indiana. I hope Ashton Genty wins the Heisman and all of the dreams come true except for Indiana.
That's the one dream you
What an
don't want.
annoying story.
And then
Good
Colorado
What
makes
did
the
they
college
do?
football playoff.
That's fine too.
Pepper's
cares?
just being
Wild.
a hater.
I am a hater.
What?
of
I don't know
Indiana.
what they did to hurt you. I mean, they won 56-7, but
Show us on the doll where Indiana
No,
hurt
yeah,
you.
seriously,
Pepper's
Happer.
just being a contrarian.
It's-
He's just an
Oh,
Indiana
he's definitely being
contrarian.
Whoa,
contrarian.
just to be clear, I hated Indiana before Nebraska. Before Nebraska played them. You guys are referencing what Nebraska did.
Did you hate them on August 24th?
I go back and check when my
I
first
know you
Indiana
hated
tweet
them.
was this year. It was probably mid-September. I was like, "Get ready, Indiana's about to beat another trash can to a pulp, and people are going to be excited about it."
Okay.
It was probably mid to late
No,
September.
I
You should have
remember
called Nebraska a trash can. Happer.
you
That
did
was me.
hate them before the game. I know that.
much
But
before
a bunch
the
of
game.
people were high on them even before that game, and you've just been a contrarian. the
Some
whole
of
time.
us were identifying that game as a pivotal game on the schedule.
Shout out, John. He called this early.
He did.
This was like
June.
May. Yeah, maybe June.
Well, I don't remember. I think it was after the College
Well, that
World
was
Series,
when you were
July.
arguing that the Colorado game was not that big game.
Didn't you pick that?
No,
when
I
we were
was
at-
never arguing that it wasn't a big game. I said the Indiana game would be a better barometer for if the Huskers are going to go over or under the 7.5 win total.
Okay, hold
Ta-da!
on. Hold on.
He's not wrong.
Wait,
Though they could still go over.
that's what I'm saying.
They could, but will they?
But
That means they have to go 3-1.
But Indiana's better than Colorado, and Nebraska beat Colorado and lost to Indiana.
Well, that doesn't matter
Uh,
because this was all in our.
So it's really a barometer of nothing. It's a barometer of nothing.
yeah, maybe we were all wrong, actually.
No, it's not.
They
We're
beat
talking about
Colorado
where
and
we
it
were
didn't
in
mean
July.
anything. They lost to Indiana, and what if they go 8-4 still? It wouldn't mean anything. There is a world where they thread the needle.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you think they're going 3-1?
No.
Okay.
Schaefer seems to still think that it's very possible.
I mean, it's possible, but I don't think
It could happen. Happer, your first tweet about them was on September the 20th.
Thank you.
Made a new meme for when Indiana inevitably beats another trash can this week by 80 points and people start drooling over them again. You should have retweeted that when they were up 49-7 on Nebraska.
That would have been mean.
That would have been perfect timing. Oh, by the way, speaking of tweets, I realized after the game, because it went down to the wire and I never expected it to happen, I never even sent out the Nebraska covered, and all we got was the 16-20 the zone graphic.
Oh, the graphic.
And then I thought about it yesterday, and I was like, people probably still aren't in the mood if we were to do this from the zone account. So maybe it'll show up this week sometime. But I never edited it anymore. You were like, it needs to be worse. And I never did in the actual
I never did anything.
I was preparing to call a
I
soccer
completely
match.
forgot about it after it happened.
Yeah, indeed.
It happens.
Well, you do tweet about Indiana a lot, Happer. You're very annoyed by that.
What? Give me another sampling.
This is 2 days ago. I can already feel the national media turning this Nebraska performance into a put more respect on Indiana narrative.
Has it not?
Yeah, and rightfully so.
Not rightfully
Indiana kills
so. It has
Nebraska.
nothing to
Ohio
do
State plays with their food.
Nebraska sucked so
Maybe
bad.
Indiana was
against-
awesome.
But Indiana was really good.
Indiana
and then
was
they backed it up last week with a
backup quarterback.
Okay.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
Indiana being whatever Indiana is. If Nebraska played Indiana today, would they lose 56-7?
No.
Probably not.
What would they lose by?
I'd probably pick them to lose by 2 scores.
2 scores.
Like I did last time.
Not
at
49.
Least. Well,
honestly,
right?
More points than Ohio State beat them by.
Honestly, probably 28-7. Take away the 4 turnovers. Even if you take away the 4 turnovers, because they got 28 points off turnovers, the final score still is 28-7.
Their offense could do whatever they wanted to, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they just match up really bad with them.
Yeah, that's true. It's about matchups. It was a bad matchup.
Plus, they have a better coach than Ohio State.
And their heads were not in the right space.
No.
Well, that's the bigger part to me. So Ohio State has Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Buka.
Mm-hmm.
And Indiana's a bad matchup for Nebraska.
You watched the games? What do you think?
What I'm saying is I don't think it's anything that Indiana did or didn't do. I thought it was Nebraska in their own head. Just totally screwed up for whatever reason that day.
Okay.
I can't figure it out. I don't know why.
Who's a better quarterback, Curtis Rourke or
Oh, good question.
That's a
John.
great question.
Will Howard?
I feel
it's
like this is an easy answer.
It's Curtis Rourke easily.
I don't think it's easily, but I think it's Curtis Rourke.
Oh, it's easily. He makes better throws. Those back shoulder throws.
I'm number one Will Howard hater in the country.
Yeah,
so.
put Curtis Rourke on Ohio State, and they're undefeated right now. They don't lose to Oregon.
I mean, how many throws did Will Howard make that were stressed throws?
No, he's not good.
I mean, a lot of times guys were running wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Curtis Rourke finds a lot of guys wide open too, guys. I mean,
he does. All good quarterbacks do.
Right.
Sadly, except ours these days.
Yeah.
At least lately. But
I don't know, you guys think Oregon beats Indiana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah, I think Oregon's the best team in the conference, though.
Yeah, or Ohio State, that's their one loss.
Yeah.
Oregon.
Yeah.
Again, it's about, that's the beautiful thing about it. It's about matchups.
Yep.
And you only get usually one shot at these teams.
Yeah.
Pardon to Jameis Winston through Eminem.
Yeah, I mean, that's the screw up by Nebraska. They did not show up that day. My God.
No.
My God.
Amazing Daniel says, Connor doesn't have an argument for this. He's just hoping he turns out right. You sound like Nebraska football haters right now is what you sound like.
What are you talking about?
Basically, you're just like, they're not very good. Yeah, I don't know, John. I'm very confused by this too. What the hell happened with this remote?
Yeah.
Why is the
no.
where are all the tiny
Did someone get mad at our Roku remote?
Yeah, was this Gary and or Nick?
Hanley thinking about the Bears.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, it busted all right.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh man.
And someone just put it back together.
We're gonna have to fix this before next baseball season.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
Oh crap, John, you're right.
What is the comment again?
That you're an
that
idiot.
I don't
think.
actually have an argument.
Oh, whoops. That's the wrong spot.
Was it a tweet?
It's a YouTube. Connor doesn't have an argument for this. He's just hoping he turns out to be right. About Indiana. Your evidence is I think your evidence is shoddy. I don't even know what your evidence is that Indiana is worse than Ohio State. It's just kind of like based off of recruiting. You sound like Ari Wasserman. It's based on recruiting rankings.
Is it not about talent with the best teams in the country? If we're putting Indiana in this category of one of the best teams in the country, do we not argue over talent?
Sometimes I watch the games and I let that tell me where to go, not recruiting rankings.
Right. Okay.
Yes, but how much?
Now I'm
but-
actually getting mad.
Okay, but
because like you've now unfairly backed me into a corner.
Now,
Sometimes I
now,
watch
hold on.
the games.
Now hold on.
Get the hell out of here.
Can't you also say you're unfairly judging Ohio State based on how they played Nebraska and how Indiana played Nebraska?
Maybe, but I don't think I've come away this year thinking Ohio State is like a Death Star.
And may we also say that
You think Indiana's a Death Star? They're
that
going to run their way to the national championship by 40 points every game?
maybe.
Give me a break.
And
They beat Charlotte.
can we also
Right,
confirm
that was like 2
that
months
you
ago.
have a vendetta against Mr. Day, my client? And
Well, you're
his
still going to
program
defend him after he
and
bumps
his-
into referees?
and his very handsome
Sad.
dark hair.
Sad. I don't think they're going to win their way to a national championship, but I think they could make the semifinals.
Mr. Peterson, would you also like to say? We're going to put you on the stand.
Mm.
Good.
Who would you rather have dinner with?
We need to get shape
Kurt
here.
Signetti
I like
or
Siggs.
Ryan Day?
Team Siggs, he's awesome.
I would hate to have dinner with Kurt Signetti.
Why?
This would go
Because
against your
he's
case.
a dick.
Why?
He is.
Because he said, Google me?
Have you seen this dude speak?
Yeah.
This guy thinks his poop doesn't stink,
Well,
man.
he's undefeated at Indiana, and it's October 28th. He should think that.
No.
Yes, he should.
No one should ever think
Team
that about
Siggs.
themselves.
The
No,
coach.
I like him as a coach. He's
not,
a great coach.
not the tobacco product. Don't smoke. It's bad for
Do
you.
you want me to say what just happened?
No.
You don't?
No.
All right, I won't.
What happened?
Nothing.
Nothing.
What happened?
What
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
What are
Nothing
you talking
happened.
about?
I don't know. Did I do something?
Nope.
Did John do something?
Nope.
It's okay.
Did Nick do something?
Yes.
It's okay.
What did Nick do?
He didn't do anything. He did something, but he
Well,
didn't
it's
do
too
anything.
late. You
Did
said
he
it.
bleep him for saying dick?
But it was in the way he did it. That was the funniest part.
Awesome.
Nick,
I
you're
shouldn't have said
something that
anything.
rhymes with Nick.
I shouldn't have said anything. Shouldn't
That's
have said
funny.
anything.
Yeah, but you did because you knew that this would happen.
It is funny.
Happer's triggered right
It
now.
is funny.
He was backed into a corner all show, and he found an opportunity to deflect the things away from him.
I mean, that's pretty funny, though, Nick.
Oh,
That is pretty
man.
funny that you did that.
Wow.
So now we have two people triggered in
Yeah,
this
but
studio.
do you? So
I'm in a great
I'll
mood.
just continue with the narrative.
These two.
Yeah.
I'll just continue with the narrative.
That
Do
side
you
of
want
the
to know
room
how he did it?
triggered. This side of the room's fine.
He went like this, like he was reaching around somebody's arm and secretly pressed the button, like you guys wouldn't know, or somebody wouldn't
I
notice.
did have
and you
to
guys
stretch.
didn't notice,
You
and I
didn't.
watched.
No, I
the
didn't
whole
because I
thing
was
happen.
talking with Josh.
It was very
we were
funny.
carrying on a. I was interrogating Josh on the stand.
I
Yep.
did have to stretch,
He
so it
was like,
kind of
"No,
worked out.
let me
It was
just
super-
stop
just,
this."
I'm just gonna.
Best part is that I can just rewind the YouTube.
No, I don't care if it's on the internet.
I know you don't, Nick.
The internet's not my problem. It can be on the internet.
All right, so we've determined that Josh would rather have dinner with Siggs.
Oh my gosh, the way Nick did this is so funny. Watch him.
Jeez.
Definitely a
Oh.
deflection on my part. I'm too emotional right now.
Oh, that's funny.
Josh says I don't watch football, and it made me angry.
This is the funniest
Sorry, I just think a
screenshot
different
I've ever
thing.
taken.
It's a football pervert though saying that. So like he has a problem watching football.
Yeah.
I'm just, Nick, this is my job. My job is to watch games. Sorry that I'm crunching tape.
You're accusing me of not watching games.
I did kind of do that, didn't
Yes,
That's
you did.
bad.
That is
That's bad.
It's pretty bad.
I?
We just see different things.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we both see what we want to see.
Maybe.
I admit
I'm
as
glad you admitted that.
As someone who enjoys Ohio State
As
failing.
someone who is entranced and
So you admit it. You enjoy Ohio State failing. That's
Yeah.
why you have this.
someone who has been tricked and duped by the national media once again.
Mm,
Classic.
That means you have to root for Penn State this week.
yeah, I know.
It's very problematic.
I did pick them in our 16. By the way, get your picks in if you subscribe to 1620, the email.
Oh, yes. Get
Did
your
we
picks
fix
picks
the
in.
whole Nebraska-Iowa issue? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
What? Tell me more.
So go to
1620,
the-
the email.
go to-
Subscribe
go to-
today.
Go to the 1620, the picks.
Yeah.
The thing that we got, the email we
Full
got
quarter
earlier,
pick'em. Yeah.
the link.
Yeah, click on it.
All right, I'm going to
Oh,
click on this.
is it not sending people
Well, just
to the right
who does
place?
Wisconsin play this week?
Uh-oh.
Who does Wisconsin play?
They
this?
play Iowa,
They
They play Iowa.
but on the picks, originally it said that they played Nebraska.
Oh, did we fix it?
I don't know.
Oh, that's what you're asking.
Oh.
Correct.
All right.
Oh,
It is fixed.
We
Great.
need that fixed.
That's good.
Nick went like this to he was like,
Yep.
Thank you,
It's
Nick.
fixed.
Good job. Good job.
Nothing happened.
All right.
all right, good.
All
That's
right.
good.
Goodbye.
Wow. Oh my gosh, it's 2:33.
I mean, of all the damn things to get triggered
It's
by.
10:33.
I mean, Nebraska legitimately got hosed by the officials on like 14 different
I
occasions.
know. I was mad about that today, too.
But instead, we got mad because of Indiana. It's like Indiana's crawled into all of our heads and we can't get them out.
Rent
Indiana
free.
does live
They're
rent-free.
living rent free.
They are
Rent
rent-free. in my
free.
head, for sure.
And we hope to be living rent free in your heads for the next 3.5 hours
Nice.
on 1620 The Zone, if Nick doesn't bleep us out first.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick.
contentious day, and I like it.
Who's
I like it.
contentious?
People are in a fighting mood.
I'm in a
and
great
I'm in
mood.
great spirits for a fighting mood.
For the record, I'm in an awesome mood.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Wow, you're like John that one day.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everyone, to the Grum. Great to have you with us on this Monday. Man, that was a weekend. Lot of stuff. Lot of good stuff. Some bad stuff.
A lot of bad stuff.
Some confusing stuff. A lot of things.
Oh, yeah, many things.
And we won't get to any of it.
What?
Well, we'll get to some of it, but
We'll
just
get to
not
the Husker thing.
Just not enough of it, quite frankly.
We're gonna get to the Dolphin thing.
No.
What Dolphin thing?
They had the choked again. They
Oh.
had the lead, then they lost
No,
by
nobody
a
cares.
single point.
Nobody
Yeah,
cares.
yeah.
Why do they do that?
Nobody
Why?
cares.
Yeah.
What happened?
They didn't have a Hail Mary, so it just didn't matter. I loved that, by the way.
That they lost?
The Hail Mary. I loved it.
Mm.
It was great. Grum is presented by Union Bank. Your money has people.
Nice.
It's going to be a busy week here on the show, too. Because,
Is it?
well, sure. We're counting down to a bowl trip, baby.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the week. If there was ever a week, if there was ever a week, this is the one.
And on the show this week, we're giving out great prizes.
Yes.
Great prizes.
Yes.
Fantastic prizes.
I'm told we're giving away Ghost.
The movie.
Yes.
The VHS tapes.
I don't know. We must
Let's
have
not
cleaned out
confuse
the
people.
prize closet from 1994. What year was that movie made, by the way?
I thought it was even earlier than that, like 1990.
But
1990.
But apparently we have a number of VHS copies of the movie Ghost starring Patrick Swayze and what's her name? Demi Moore.
You'll have to tell me.
And Whoopi. Whoopi's in the movie.
This is an awesome prize.
Whoopi is like...
You get a prize.
Yeah. So we're giving away Ghosts this week.
Nick, this is a killer prize. How did you pull this off?
It is a killer prize because literally Patrick Swayze's character got killed. Sorry to spoil it for you, but it's a 30-year-old movie.
Whoa, John.
He literally had to get killed for the movie didn't even go anywhere.
Wow.
Because he's a ghost.
Wow.
Thus the title of the movie, Ghost.
Hard to argue with you there.
So how are you giving away these VHS copies, Nick?
Do they also get a VHS player?
Ooh, do they? It's a collector's item. It's an antique.
That's true.
Just to clarify,
Yes.
Yeah.
it's not the movie Ghost, it's the band Ghost.
But the graphic
the
that I'm
song.
making right now says this week on the Grum, and it's the movie.
Shirley, you know about Ghost, right? They have that song Square Hammer from the Pinnacle to the Pit.
Nope.
They have a whole bit where they're like, they got face paint and stuff.
Unless Jameis Winston can quote the lyrics in a post-game interview, I'm not familiar with these songs.
Hard to argue with that, John.
So we have tickets to a band.
Yeah, Ghost. They're going to be next year. The show is for next year. And this is good because usually around these parts, Ghost sells out. So it's cool that you can win them here.
So you're saying
so
our
early.
audience is going to appreciate this prize?
I'm saying that people should appreciate this prize, yes.
But will they?
If they don't, then they're dumb.
Okay. I
Or
never
they
know.
were actually hoping for the VHS copy of the movie.
Let us know at 402-951-1620. Would you rather have the VHS
All right, well,
copy?
Be listening this week, right?
Yes.
And Nick will
Every day this week, you'll have a chance.
give you a chance to win tickets to the concert that's next year. Not the VHS copy
Not
of the
the
movie.
VHS copy. Man.
You know,
band.
Ghost was
People
like,
say I plan
Ghost
things, and
was
meanwhile,
like-
Nick's giving out 2025 prizes.
you know how most women really love the movie The Notebook?
I for the record, I love that movie too.
No,
It's my favorite romantic
I'm not
movie.
shaming anyone who's
Okay,
not a
just-
female who happens to
okay.
also like the movie.
Interesting.
But
Anyway,
just like there's a lot of men who love Smokey and the Bandit, but maybe
Sure.
it's not as much for the women.
sure.
Same thing with The Ghost was like
The movie for women?
Well, Ghost was like
Women.
like the pre-Notebook.
Oh, was it? Was it Notebook?
Really?
The Notebook for
a lot of women,
1990?
a lot of women love the movie
If
Ghost.
Tinder was around in the time Ghost came out, would there be a lot of Ghost quotes on people's Tinder profiles?
Probably, or they'd just
Tumblr?
be watching the movie.
I bet Ghost would have gone crazy on Tumblr.
Well, the graphics almost done, boys. So I'm doing some
Good.
great work over here.
Keep
really good. work.
Whoa.
Let's go. Holy God, John, what happened? Oh, that's just Nick's computer. Never mind. Look, Nick, it's fine.
Okay.
It looked like it was a different color on Nick's screen.
It was all blue.
Yeah, that would have been wild.
Well, welcome to Moral Victory Monday.
Oh,
Just
man.
kidding. Just kidding.
This sucks.
Just
Boo. Boo.
What do we take away from the last 2 weeks?
Great question.
Because, man, as frustrating.
Yeah.
Well, both games were frustrating in different ways. Very different ways.
Yep.
But what do we take away from the last 2 weeks? We'll discuss.
Yep.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along. Jack Mitchell will be along later in the Grum today. Is he treating this one as a groin kick or a kick in the pants?
Kick in the teeth?
Or a kick in the teeth?
It's a Papa Roach song.
Was Matt Rhule on his pulpit today? We'll find out. There's a shocking new member of the Cream Team.
Oh.
There is.
The Big Ten says, my bad, to the horrible spot.
Oopsies.
From walk-off salamis to Hail Marys. What a weekend. Very entertaining weekend, even if your team did not win.
Yeah.
And can LA put the Yankees on the brink? Game 3 of the World Series is tonight. So referees. Grum Down brought to you by the referees. John Higgins Weather Guard.
Nice.
Before we dive, like, head first, headlong, whatever you want to call it, into the Husker stuff.
By the way, the graphic is now made. It's available.
It's beautiful.
Thank
I
you.
like it.
Thank you.
The Hail Mary.
Shall we watch it?
Well, we will, but first let's enjoy this as the Washington football team had Washingtonians screaming the same thing that the Blue Dots in Dundee hope to be screaming in 8 days.
Oh, what's
the
that?
Commies win!
4 of them at the goal line. They bring 3. Daniel's backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
Wow.
Oh, they were stoked.
They were stoked. I was stoked. My son was in there. We were both screaming, going, oh my God.
John says, I love the commies.
I wanted the Commies to win.
So I think I was rooting for the Bears. You know, like I can never have the true hatred of Washington like I should. You know, they're not the Eagles or the Giants. But I did react like, oh, like I kind of reacted like those announcers did because it was just so unexpected. So unexpected.
So unexpected.
Yeah.
A lot of things happened at the end of that game.
Uh-huh.
As our dear friend Mike Farron. I never saw Mike Farron tweet so much about a football game.
Right? Seriously.
He was frustrated.
Yeah, seriously.
And as he pointed out, now we're all going to forget about that decision to give the ball to a offensive lineman at the 1 yard line. And I said, no, we won't. We will not. But honestly, that play, and then to hear that, and kudos to your boy Tony Romo for calling out the second to last play, saying, hey, they should run a little out here and get closer so they're in Hail Mary range.
And sure enough, they did.
And they were just close enough.
So important, man, to just get a little bit closer because they got to the line of scrimmage where he was able to throw it from the previous line of scrimmage. When he let the ball go, it was at the 35.
Yep.
That's where they were the play before.
Yeah.
So just add or subtract 13 yards, and he's throwing from the 22 or whatever. It would have been impossible.
Not going as far.
It's not going as far.
But then there was another video making the rounds. It was shot by one of the fans in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
Bears defensive back Tyreek Stevenson, as
no.
the play is starting, is standing near the goal line, but he's not facing the formation. He's not facing the quarterback. He's not looking at, okay, which receivers are coming down the field at me. He's looking up into the stands, appearing to be carrying on a conversation with the fans.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here. hand up and tip the ball, and it goes backwards
Oh, Lord.
into the receiver's hands.
Not great.
And Washington wins the game.
Not great.
Look at those uniforms.
No.
See those uniforms?
Not great.
You see those really cool uniforms?
They're not good.
Those, I think, are different than the ones you like, though. I think the ones that you like are like a weirder shade or something.
Or were they
I'm
were
not
like
sure.
a matte
Maybe.
black?
I don't know.
A matte with an E at the end of it? M-A-T-T-E.
But Stevenson tweeted out after the game because he realized that this video was out there and people were commenting. He said, "To Chicago, my teammates, my apologies for lack of awareness and focus. The game ain't over until zeros hit the clock. Can't take anything for granted. Notes taken. Improvement will happen."
Not great. Horrible. Not good at all.
No.
Not good at all.
Pathetic. Bad.
Yeah. Yikes. They were on their way to 5-2. And given that the Vikings have now lost 2 straight, I mean, the division's already pretty wide open. I think we'd all agree with that. Even more wide open if they are able to get the victory, or at least they're in the mix even better.
Yeah.
And instead, Washington gets another win. Daniels played on Friday when we were doing our predictions. We did not think he was going to play, and he played. He didn't look his best. Certainly he's had better games this year, but delivered a throw to win the game in the end.
He did. All right. Well, plenty to come today. When we come back, we're going to ask the question, what are we taking away from these 2 weeks? And you will hear, at least in part, Matt Rhule's post-game speech to the media. Well, it was in front of the media. I don't know if it was to the media, but it was definitely in front of
at the media.
The media.
And remember, sorry.
No,
I was going to say, remember Jack Mitchell joining us in the half.
Yeah, he's joining us later.
Yeah,
he's joining us later in the show today. So we have more time for you, and you're welcome as well. 402-951-1620, 42 Degrees the Source hotline. You can also hit us up on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page, where we do have a poll question for you on said subject of what are we to take away from these last 2 Saturdays. Are you inspired, confused, angry, or meh? Because you could argue for all 4, but you can only pick one. Which one best describes your mood? We'll get you some results.
Okay.
We'll retweet that question out right now from the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page so you can respond. And we'll have more as we look back on Nebraska, Ohio State. What the hell happened? 1620 The Zone. So to set the mood for our conversation here this afternoon,
Get some candles.
thought we would go back and relive a little bit of Saturday with some of the quotes from the 4-minute-long opening statement that Matt Rhule had that you probably heard on Big Red Overreaction as we carry his press conferences after the games live here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. But just give you an idea of how it sounded on Saturday, and then we'll be back with you here in just a moment.
I just have to be very careful with what I say because people take things I say and sometimes hear something else because my wife tells me I don't communicate the best sometimes, so I have to make sure I say this the right way.
Davion Henderson in the backfield. Howard with pressure, and Howard is sacked. Great rush. Henderson, the lone setback. They give it to him straight ahead. Oh, he might not have got it. Those tackles in the middle came up big. What a stand.
The hardest part of what we did when we went to Temple and what we did when we went to Baylor was getting guys not to say, oh, here we go again, and getting guys not to expect to lose, getting everyone, including the people around the program, not to focus always on what's wrong, but what's right.
First down to the 40-yard line. Howard sets up, throws a deep ball's got a man! Caught! Touchdown! Buckeyes! Cornell Tate!
And this was a hard week. But a week that I knew, because of my experiences, we would turn into something good.
Ohio State showing blitz. They pick it up. Raiola steps away from it. Huge lane. Here comes Dylan Raiola. Here's the sideline. Look at the 19-year-old out of bounds at the 15.
And so I say this, to me, it's so hard because you don't want it to sound like a moral victory because we lost. And we're not here to lose. We're the University of Nebraska. We're not here to lose.
A 39-yard field goal. Got it up. And good. And that is a positive sign for the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Because while the world, everyone wants things to happen quickly, if you want it to be sustainable, if you want it to last forever, you have to do it the right way. I get asked a lot of questions about, why aren't we doing it this way, that way? We're trying to build something sustainable. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Who knows? A lot of you guys have seen a lot of guys come here try to do it and it hasn't worked. So I'm trying it a different way. I was proud of that football team today.
Howard guns it down the field. Smith! Jeremiah! Touchdown! Buckeyes, 60 yards.
They didn't back down. They had some really tough breaks. They had some things really go against them, even the way we started. And they competed. It was the first time. It's the first time since I've been here that I felt a championship mindset in the locker room.
From 50, hold. Got it! Woo! John Hole, pure.
When I saw a group of guys, even at the very end, take the field, going out there to make one more play, have a chance to compete against one of the best teams in the country. So I thought they grew up.
This one in the seam, intercepted. Hartzog with a lane at the 20. Hartzog knocked out of bounds deep in Ohio State territory. Last man through, now it's a touchdown. Dowdell, Howard looking with time, delivers, caught, touchdown, Ohio State. Quinshawn Judkins.
For those of us who believe in the long way, the hard way, for those of us who haven't had things handed to us, for those of us who believe in building, for those people who believe in putting in an honest day's work, I hope while they're disappointed, they're proud of what they saw. I don't say that to justify what we're doing. I'm saying that so our players will understand why I'm so proud. Not satisfied. That's very, very, very important. There are no moral victories, but proud.
So there's Matt Rhule after the game on Saturday. And I get everything he said. And that was a hell of a speech. I mean, he invoking, people who work hard, people who, punch a time clock for a living, what they expect out of life, what they expect to be rewarded for their hard work. Kind of hit some right notes there. And I get it all the way. They played inspired football. It was fun to watch. It really was. As ugly a game as it was offensively at times, especially on the Nebraska side of things, it was a fun game to watch because they were fighting. They were in it. They deserved to be in that game. It was not a fluke. It's not like Ohio State turned it over 8 times in this game and gave Nebraska a chance. They turned it over 1 time. Nebraska turned it over 1 time.
Yeah. At
the very end. So they earned their way into that spot. And I was kind of like Gus Johnson there when Rhule made that long field goal. I was like, ha, this is fun. Ohio State, you didn't think this was going to happen, did you? Thought you'd just walk in here and waltz all over them and get ready for Penn State. Wrong. So it was fun. But at the same time, as I'm watching it, it was also like, where the was this last week? You don't have to bleep me that time.
Thank you.
Where was this last week? Where was that spirit last week? So I have been spending the whole weekend, well, not the whole weekend. I mean, I'm not obsessing over it. But when I think about this game, I'm trying to come to grips with, what am I to take away from this?
So when you think of this game, you're almost forcing yourself to also view it through the lens of last week.
Absolutely.
As well, where you can't, it's hard to view it in a vacuum. You have to take it into.
And I can't help but not do that.
It's
because
a sequel to the really bad movie.
Yes. It's a sequel.
To Ghost.
Nice.
Because how do you follow up something that hideous with something that inspired?
Yeah.
And that's why I asked the poll question that I did on Twitter. And interestingly enough, there's a myriad of different emotions going on right now. So we asked you, which statement best describes your feelings after the Indiana and Ohio State games? And your options were inspired, let's go, or confused, like, what's next? Or you're angry. You're angry at the refs. You're angry at the play calls. A lot of things to be angry about in that game. Or is it, because this is the same old, same old. And it's hard for me not to think, because probably my answer is that one.
Is which one?
It's
same old
it's
Husker?
It's the same old Husker BS, where 1 week it'll look really good or look, like they got something going, and the next week it'll be worse, terrible, or it'll be flip-flopped. And we can now look at it through the lens of, this wasn't they played down to their competition 1 week and up to their competition the next week. Both these teams are undefeated. Both these teams are really good. You and Connor spent a crossover arguing over who was better, Ohio State and Indiana. So they played similar caliber of competition this season.
At the very least, they played
two completely different efforts.
In 2 weeks in a row, they played 2 teams that are in the top, at the very least 4 in the conference.
Yes.
Some would say numbers 2 and 3. Some would say 2 and 4. Some would say 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Hell, I guess some could say 1 and 2 if they really wanted to. I can't imagine anyone would make that argument. But at the very least, they played 2 top 4 teams in the Big Ten in a row, and they lost one game by 49, and they looked outmatched the entire time. And the other, they lost by 4, and they had a lead in the fourth quarter.
And we're every bit Ohio State's equal.
I feel bad because my answer, now I voted for 1, but the answer ultimately is we find out Saturday. Because, along the lines of the quotes that we just had in that audio clip, the other one that stood out to me from Saturday was from Ty Robinson, when he said, "This is the most proud I've been in the 6 years I've been here. To show at Nebraska,
He's been here 6 years.
I know, right? What we've been working on and having all sides of the ball clicking on all cylinders." That was the mindset. We're going to have Mitch Sherman on in 45 minutes. And Mitch Sherman, he comes out of what?
The offense was clicking on all cylinders.
Hey. Mitch Sherman, his question was, do you trust the Huskers? The answer to the question of Saturday, what are we supposed to take away? If Matt Rhule is right, if Ty Robinson is right, if the answer to the Mitch Sherman question is in the affirmative, they prove it on Saturday, and they prove it in the month of November as a whole.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
It's not just Saturday. It's not just getting to 6 and then losing out. It's not even just getting to 7. I feel like if this was a true turning point, and this was the the proof of concept that they needed weirdly in a loss. If all of that was true, if all of the vibes from Saturday are, this is actually different. Because I will say, one of the things that I was pleasantly surprised by was the lack of close. I didn't really hear that word a whole lot. Close. I certainly didn't hear it as a pejorative. Close. They lost close. Or maybe in the affirmative. I didn't hear that word said a whole lot. They lost. It was a close game, yes. But it was, in a way, John, it reminded me a little bit of the loss to Texas in 2009 in the Big 12 championship game, where people felt so fired up, ready to go, pissed off at the officials, pissed off at the conference. But I thought that was the first time in the Bo Pelini era that people truly believed in the program. And it's funny because right now, you know how coaches will often say it at the half of a game, it's 0-0 now. Right now, Matt Rhule is a 10-10 coach at Nebraska. He is literally at 500. And yet, I feel like for the first time since I have been covering him, that people believe, like, truly, okay, I saw what I wanted to see, so now go do it. And the cool part is, after the game in 2009, they had one game left. They played Arizona, they killed them, and then they disappeared for 9 months because that was December. They got 4 now. They got 4 games against a new team in the league that they're favored by a touchdown against another new team in the league that they're going to have to travel cross country and might have to play them at 10 p.m. And then they welcome in a program that has been a house of horrors for them. And then they go to another program that has been a similar version of a house of horrors. Like, it's all there for them, though. If what Ty Robinson said is true, if what Matt Rhule says is true, if the championship mindset of which he is speaking about is true, it's time now. They got to show it to us in November. I think it's all there for them.
It is. And that's why it's going to be more than just this week. It's going to be more than just getting to 6.
Yep.
It's going to be more than getting to 7. It's going to be, how does it look? How do they fight? Because here's the difference. Yeah, they were punching up a weight class the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But they're going to be fighting in their weight class the next 4 weeks. And in that mix, they're going to play a team that's just as much of a head case as they are in USC.
Yeah.
So there are, yes, absolutely, there are opportunities there. There are opportunities there. But and that's why I'm just sitting back and saying, okay, I've seen this movie before. I've seen them do one thing one week and then turn it around 180 degrees the next week. Not going to be fooled this time. I've got to see it over the next month. I got to see it over the next month. And we didn't have it in that montage there, but Matt Rhule basically said the same thing. He said, if we don't show this same kind of effort next week against UCLA, then this is all for naught.
It is. And he's so spot on.
And he's right. And he repeated that refrain again today.
That's what they have to do. They have to prove that this game, because any of those answers will show itself out in the next 4. If we come back, and you know what, let's put a pin in this exact poll question and let's come back to it in a month. Because if we come back and we look at it and say, wow, the voters of Inspired Let's Go ended up being correct. They had a hell of a November. If we look back and we say, meh, same Husker BS, we know what that means for the month of November too.
But honestly, there's no wrong answer here. It's
how you feel.
It's what you feel. It's what you're feeling right now. It's how you feel in the moment. By the way, the results so far, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. 35% are confused. 28% are meh. It's the same old Husker BS. 19% are inspired. 17% are angry.
Yeah.
So it's pretty split, but it's more confusion or doubt than it is inspiration at this moment. And you know what? That's, in my opinion, that's a good thing.
Hey, you should feel however you want to feel about this game. I definitely came away, given that I picked them to lose by 35. I didn't think they'd score a single touchdown. I came away very inspired by the performance.
Oh, I did too.
I didn't know, and so that's what I voted for.
That's why I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But I wasn't, but emotionally, as you broke the remote again.
You broke the remote again?
But emotionally, I'm just like,
so much for being inspired.
I'm not going to allow myself to be sucked in until I see actual proof of concept.
Hey, that's fair.
And that's what seasons are about. It's about making that progress. And if Matt Rhule is right and progress is kind of a wavy line that drifts upward because there are ups and downs, then yeah. But, last week was a downturn and still potentially could be a big downturn because, and Rhule said as much. I mean, last week was tough. It was tough on everybody. And it's easy to be motivated when you're ashamed of yourself. It's easy to be motivated when you're ashamed of yourself or ashamed of your effort or disappointed in yourself because of how you did. But the next 4 games are going to tell us, did you learn anything from it? And that's not to say they have to go 4-0 or 3-1. But, man, it cannot look like it did 2 weeks ago. It absolutely cannot look like it did 2 weeks ago.
Well, and I would even wonder, and this is something maybe to explore when we get later in the week, like getting a win, but it looking like the Rutgers game, like, you get the monkey off your back. But I feel like, I don't know, the talk that I got from them, John, is they're ready to truly take a different step. That it's not just about getting a win and getting, over the hump. That it's about something else. And I wonder if they can do that. I wonder if they have that in them for Saturday afternoon. Do they have a performance against UCLA? And then can they use that performance as a springboard to do it again and to do it again? And that doesn't mean 4-0. I'm not asking for that. But just can they put together, like the look that you gave me as I read that Ty Robinson quote. This is the most proud I've been to show at Nebraska what we've been working on and having all sides of the ball clicking on all cylinders. Look, they obviously didn't click on all cylinders, but it was, dare I say, it was the first time really this year, or at least in a big game in the last 2, where the pieces on offense and defense and special teams did work together, not at the highest level. They were not clicking on all cylinders, but the special teams and the field goal kicking allowed them to be into the game, before the offense finally got a touchdown. The offense got a touchdown when they really needed to get a touchdown before the last drive.
They complemented each other as much as possible. One of the things that has always been an issue with this program, now, sadly, at the end of the game, it didn't manifest itself because when they needed to get a stop after scoring the go-ahead touchdown, they couldn't get the stop.
Yep.
But early in the game, when 2 special teams guffaws put them in a hole, first having to start inside your own 10 because of a special teams guffaw.
Nice.
And then the bad punt that gave Ohio State short field. They went 4 and out. The defense stepped up. And said, not today. And so that was, been waiting for that stopper, and they got it. And they got it on several other occasions as well. When it got down 14-3, the offense responded with a drive. John Hull responded with a long kick.
Dude, even at the end of the first half, when they get royally screwed by the spot, I mean, how many times would we have seen that team, that program, that totally derails them? They don't get points. They leave. They go into the half, and they're down 14-3 instead of 14-6. That even took some stones to be able to knock that kick in.
Sure. So absolutely, I am very cool with the effort, but I still come away saying, all right, good. She showed me once.
Yeah, do it again.
Now show me again.
Yeah.
And then show me again. And then show me again. I wanted to play one sound clip here real quick because this was Matt Rhule, number 10, Nick, in today's quotes. Because he was asked at the end of his press conference today to basically explain, the weirdness of the last 2 weeks.
I think the one thing we're learning is, and it's what I know. A lot of things I take. I know I've said this all. Don't play the logos. Indiana's an elite team, and Ohio State. When we knew it was Ohio State, we had a chance to play them, right? So don't play the logo, and just go play the guys. And I know our guys know that sometimes they have to go through this to gain the confidence to recognize that, like, hey, I played really well against Ohio State. I'm a good player. I should carry that forward. So I don't know about you guys. You guys have kids. I don't know if you tell your kids. I don't know how often they listen to you. My son's a freshman. I don't know how often he listens to me. Sometimes young people have to do it themselves before they decide, okay, this is true. And so we're in that stage, and we didn't panic after Indiana. We're not going to panic now. We're going to try to go beat UCLA this week 1-0.
Was that Matt Rhule kind of explaining what happened at Indiana, that they were looking at the logos? I mean, he mentioned it.
We thought a lot of people did that last week, a couple weeks ago. You and I said that out loud. Stop looking at the logo. Stop looking at the name.
But we were talking to
I know we were
fans.
talking to the fans. Maybe we should have been talking to the players. I definitely think that they did that to some degree.
Well, better not look at the logo this week.
No.
Maybe
or the record.
Maybe that's just how we found out that all of the team listens to Connor Happer.
Ah. So blame Happer. Is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
I don't hate doing that.
Blame Happer. When we come back, we'll look inside some of the numbers on this one. Obviously, there's a lot of thoughts on the officiating.
What? Does anybody have any thoughts on them?
By the way, we did get a statement from the Big Ten.
Yes, we did.
And a decision from the Big Ten.
Yes, we did.
That you may find interesting.
That's one word for it.
And then there's the subject of, we've made it. Hour and a half, if you count the crossover. And Josh, who you can't see it, he's added a new tattoo to his arsenal. It's a tattoo of Marcus Satterfield being fired. You haven't mentioned his name yet.
We have not mentioned Marcus Satterfield's name.
I'm surprised. I thought you would have.
Well, we've been doing big picture stuff. What do you want me
know.
to say?
Well,
Stop running screens?
Well, it is big picture if you're wanting to make a change.
A lot of people are incorporating the word fart into his name. Marcus Satterfort, I've seen.
What?
Yeah.
That's bad.
No, you can't. No.
I've seen Farterfield.
No.
That doesn't even fit.
No, it doesn't fit.
Doesn't fit. Bad.
I would accept Satterfield as in S-A-D. I would accept that as a bad pun. But no, you got to say fart for special occasions.
Like your name's
Bart.
No, my name's not Bart.
Oh, wait, who's the guy? Bumfardo.
Bumfardo.
That was the name.
That was his actual name.
It was his actual name.
We'll continue with more. If you got thoughts, share them with us. You can also email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first string. Back with more Unsportsmanlike conduct after this on 1620 The Fart. Hey, guess what? We're going to be at Cross Train this week for Big Red Overreaction.
Nice.
Yeah.
All of us. Look at that graphic that Nick made. Nick, this is some of your finest work.
I think it's a good
My
graphic. It
favorite
looks pretty
touch
good.
that I did was the very subtle bowling ball and bowling pin thing in the background.
Very good.
Notice that?
I'm
I
glad
saw
that
it,
I
yeah.
did that.
I'm glad you did that too. It's a Nebraska UCLA watch party. Yeah, we're going to be at Cross Train in La Vista, which is just south of Giles on Portal Road, 10411 Portal Road in La Vista. They're going to have their Cornhead Lager, which is, of course, the 1890 branded lager that they make, and it's very delicious, just for $3, $3 Cornheads. And all of their other beers, too, if you want to drink something else, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm told there's going to be pizza there. Free pizza.
John was like, free pizza? Hell yeah, baby, free pizza.
And they have a huge watch. They got a nice big, party room. They got a 100-inch big screen. They got several other large screens.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about, because Cross Train's not known as a sports bar.
It's a brewery. Remember, we did the debate a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Brewery or a bar. This is a brewery.
It's a brewery.
But they're bringing in TVs.
They're bringing in TVs. I believe there will also be food truck there. They usually schedule.
There's a food truck there
Saturday.
at 5:00.
Yeah.
So towards the end of the game.
So, end of the game and Big Red Overreaction.
And Big Red Overreaction.
And we're gonna be there for the watch party. So we'll watch the game with you.
You can watch the game. You can get our live takes. And you can look at us while we tweet.
And then you can get our live takes because Big Red Overreaction will be live from Cross Train. So again, be there in La Vista, 10411 Portal Road, just south of Giles.
Yeah.
For Cross Train and Big Red Overreaction and our watch party. And if you feel like it, bring your bowling shoes.
And we'll all be there. It's like the Grum.
You're
going to
be there
Saturday.
too?
Yeah, I'm going to be there.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, someone's got to set the damn thing up.
I thought it was going to be somebody else. I didn't know Nick was going to be there.
Yeah, he's going to be there.
How about that?
We're all going to be there.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day.
I agree.
Going to be a great day. Email coming in. First of all, John asked, where's Jack? Jack will be on at 5:10 today, friends. 5:10.
Later
5:10.
today in the show.
That's like an old school time. Remember, we used to have guests at 10 after.
We
So
did.
weird.
Jack will join us at 5:10.
Yeah.
He also added, I'll say it, fire that moron for the game he called. There you go. You wanted people to give you their Satterfield opinions. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not surprised.
Hmm.
I'm not surprised. It was, we can get into the numbers, I guess. It's a perfect transition. The numbers from the game on Saturday. On the defensive side, highest havoc rate in a loss under Tony White.
They made some freaking plays, man.
They did. 21% havoc rate, forced fumble, pass breakup, tackle for loss, and or interception is the percentage of plays. So they were havocing.
Yeah.
They did allow 6.1 yards per play, which is the second straight game of over 6. But only 6 explosive plays allowed. Ohio State had 110 for the season coming into the game.
Sadly for Nebraska, those 6 explosive plays are why they won the game.
Yes.
They shut them down the majority of the time. So many of their carries went for 0 or negative yards.
Yeah.
So many of the plays that the defense made. They got 1 third down all game long on 10 attempts. Nebraska had more first downs. Ohio State only had 11 first downs.
Mm-hmm.
But when they had to make plays, they made plays.
Only 2.1 yards per carry, third lowest total of the season. And I counted these up of the 26 traditional run plays. So we're taking sacks out or like wide receiver plays. And not that I think it was all traditional running plays except for the sacks. But of the 26 traditional run plays, 13 were run stuffs. In other words, 2 yards or less.
Unreal.
2 yards or less.
Incredible
and
stuff.
only 2 big plays, gains of 10 yards or more. So the run defense was excellent. But 13.8 yards per pass attempt.
Brutal.
I looked this up.
Yeah, this was an incredible stat.
I was curious how many games had this kind of a profile where you only allow 2 or less than 3 yards a carry, but you allow more than 9 yards a pass attempt and 6 yards per play. And I found 4 games in the last 20 years. 4 games, that's it, of less than 3 yards a carry, but more than 9 yards per pass attempt and more than 6 yards per play. And the 4 games, including Saturday, were 2004 Iowa State, Nebraska losing in Bill Callahan's first year, 34-27. 2008 Colorado.
They won that game.
The Alex Henry field goal, the Ndamukong Suh scoop and score. and the 2015 win over Southern Miss in Mike Riley's first year.
Don't recall anything about that football game, I'll be honest.
It was an ugly game. It
Classic.
Was, Nebraska won, but it wasn't, they obviously did not cover.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Saturday. Those are the only games in the last 20 years that fit that profile. It was that kind of day. It was that kind of day. But on the offensive side, it's still a struggle. Only 4.1 yards per play on offense, third lowest total of the year. So that means over the last 3 weeks, Nebraska in 3 games has gained 838 yards and 3.97 yards per play.
Wow.
That's even below Marcus Satterfield's 4-6.
Yes, it is.
In the first 5 games this year, the offense was averaging 6.3 yards per play. So it's fallen by almost half.
The month of October has not been kind, or what? Because now it's over. The month of October was not kind to Nebraska.
The run game, I'll say this, it was better, especially in the fourth quarter. Second half, in the fourth quarter, they ran the ball, and they ran it pretty well. There were some good gains in the run game. But for the game, they averaged 3.7 yards per carry. Running back run game, 22 rushes, 90 yards, 4.1 yards per carry. In the last 5 games, Nebraska's rushed for 497 yards, so less than 100 yards per game, and 2.9 yards per carry.
They did look better running the football, though.
In the second half, yes.
They looked better running the football. They had lanes. They were able to pick up yards. They got upfield. There was one play that looked like it could have been broken for many, many yards, but, didn't happen. But they did run the ball better.
But then there's the thing that got people all tied up, and that's the screen game, throwing sideways, as we've labeled it here. Dillon was 21 of 33 for 152 yards, 4.6 yards per attempt. In his first 5 games, Dillon was hitting 71% of his passes for 1,300 yards and 8.5 yards per attempt. Last 3 games, the completion percentage is down 12 points.
Bad.
He's not even averaging 200 yards throwing, and it's only 5.1 yards per attempt.
Again, that's like an average running back. Like, that's not even a good college running back.
No.
Let alone a passing quarterback. Nothing.
And Emmett Johnson had the weirdest stat line I've seen in a long time. He had 4 catches. He gained 0 yards.
Bad.
So
I don't understand this comment from a Oddhan M, who says, quit blaming it on October. I'm not blaming the month, you weirdo. Just saying they were bad in October.
Yeah.
The month of October was not kind. The games in which Nebraska played in the month of October were not good for Nebraska's offense.
No, they weren't.
The offense regressed. He had 0 touchdown passes. Is that correct? In the month of October? 0 touchdown passes in the month of October. Not very good. He threw quite a few interceptions.
Didn't he have one against? They didn't have one against Purdue.
That was in September still.
It was still in September. You're right.
We were all saying, wake me up when September ends. Well, now it's thank God October is done. Thank God October is done. So that is not good, man. Not good. He made some nice throws in this game, but if you want to talk about some stuff that is just left all over the field, it is some of those deep balls, and in particular the one to Mr. Banks that looked like it could have, led to a touchdown.
It would have been a touchdown. He would have walked in.
Instead, they had to settle for a field goal.
He would have walked in for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just as this offense. It's been a strange month. It's been a strange month for him. You could explain away some of the Rutgers game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inspired defensive effort, bad throwing conditions with the wind. Indiana and Ohio State, different things altogether. He didn't look frazzled against Ohio State, but yeah, just a couple of places where he missed some throws.
Yeah, Scott says he did have some nice scrambles, especially on a bad ankle. Indeed, he did. There was more quarterback run game and more quarterback scramble in this game than we have seen at any other point throughout the year for him. At any other point.
If teams are going to do that, and Matt Rhule kind of explained that, because they were playing a lot of press man, and that meant that if you got a running lane, you should probably take it. And he did a couple of times, and it worked.
Yep.
It worked. A quarterback, at the very least, if you're going to have this style of offense, you need a functionally mobile quarterback. You don't need a great running quarterback. It'd be nice to have a great running quarterback, but at least a functionally mobile one. Someone who's nimble in the pocket and someone who can gain you, 10 yards if the defense is going to give you 10 yards.
Yeah.
And he showed that.
Yeah, he finally took what the defense gave him in those situations, but then he was off in some of those throws too.
So there's a look inside some of the numbers. 402-951-1620. Mitch Sherman will be joining us coming up in just a few minutes.
Nice.
We'll get his thoughts on Saturday, but also what he heard today. And
yeah, I really liked his column coming out of the game. I'm curious as to how he sees things for the final month of the year.
Back with more after this on 1620 The Zone. I will say this, even though I'm not as hard in the paint on Satterfield as you have been, I would totally get and understand making a move.
You're talking about after the year?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. If and when it happens, it's not gonna happen until after the year.
Wait, when you say it's not gonna happen, you're saying in season.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen in season.
Yeah.
And
I think I'd put it on the list that he won't be the OC next year, though.
I'd
be surprised, I think, if he's back. I think the coaching staff's going to look different.
I believe so.
I think, and barring the offense having just a wild turnaround and putting up 40 points a game a bunch in November, I think there will be new coaches.
I mean, when
New
you
coaches.
look at some of the numbers, the red zone offense, last year, granted, it was a different offense. It was one that had to be piecemealed together because of injuries. But if you look at their red zone numbers, let's just say they're within the margin of error of being identical.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you
year.
have the Stumanji stuff right now? Because I had that saved too. Their red zone offense last year, 69% of the time they scored, 127th in the country. This year, 71.9% of the time, which is actually worse. 128th in the country.
Yeah, actually, college football has gotten better in the red zone this season.
Yeah,
but Nebraska by rank has not.
Yeah, and some of that might be that it's there's still a month to go, and then the playoffs, and more games will play out, and so maybe the drummer drops, but still not good. Red zone touchdown percentage last year, 48.3% of the time, which was 122nd. They have improved to 53.1% of the time, and they've also improved to 108th in the country, but they're still not. They're not finishing drives. I mean, ever since we figured out about the Eckel, this great stat like manna from heaven, Nebraska has gotten worse at it. Every single week, they have these moments where if they were able to turn a field goal into a touchdown or 0 points into 3 or to 7 points, it would change a lot of the discussion.
Yeah.
Look at the end of the Illinois game. The regular season, or the regulation, and hell, even look at overtime. But look at the end of regulation. When they get down there and they miss out very closely on a touchdown, and then they miss the field goal. And who knows what happens if they make the field goal, but they don't. And then they can't score. And then, of course, in this game, I mentioned the Banks play. That drive ended up in a field goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a 4-point miss. But, of course, then you have the fourth and goal from the 2, in which they thought it was from the 1, where they don't score and they leave. I thought they made the right call in going for it. I have no issue with them not kicking a field goal there, but you miss out on 7 points. And so you left, in theory, on those 2 drives. It's 11 points.
Right.
You left out on the
The
field.
interesting thing is they ran the ball all 4 times on that failed.
They did.
After the interception. They ran the ball all 4 times.
They did not throw it one single time.
Which I was very surprised at. I mean, there are times where I'm like, hell yes, run the damn ball. I mean, I follow a team that infamously sometimes doesn't run the ball when they get in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they got one of the best touchdown scoring running backs in the game. It drives me crazy sometimes. But, and one of the things I do wonder about, and this would be an argument for Marcus Satterfield. Believe it or not, there is an argument for him. Last year it was a goofy year. He was calling an offense he had never had to call before.
I gave him much grace last year.
With a quarterback he was not expecting to have to use.
Yeah. He had to learn how to run the option from former Husker coaches.
But this year, you got the quarterback for your system, though he is a freshman. And you do wonder, because there were a couple of times, Matt Rhule talked about it today, maybe not necessarily in conjunction with the question or the subject we're doing right now, because certainly he wasn't asked about firing his offensive coordinator. But how many of those plays or failed plays were checks? How many times did Dylan check maybe into the wrong play?
Yeah, because they talk about that a lot, and Rhule mentioned it today, that they give him control and that he checked into a play at one point in time because he has that control.
So how much of that?
Yeah, how much of the failures, right?
How much of that falls on the offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Some will say, well, it should always fall on the offensive coordinator because then you shouldn't give him the leeway. If he keeps changing a play that he shouldn't do it,
yeah.
And
of course,
but it's part of the learning process. Yeah. So while I don't think it will happen, I could see the argument being made that, well, see, once Dylan gets more experience in this, then the whole operation will work better.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. There's a trend here with Nebraska offensively that's very disturbing, and that is they cannot finish drives. They can't do it.
No, they cannot. And I
think
not
at the level you need to. And I've come to the conclusion, if Nebraska's to play well over these last 4 games, it's going to have to look a lot like last year, where you're going to win a lot of low-scoring games. You know, what we saw last week, 21-17, that's probably, that could be on the high end of what you score these last 4 games.
Well,
think
of last year. So what did they lose those games by? Was it 20-17? I think was the highest scoring of any of the games last year.
Yeah,
that was the Michigan State game. As I pull up the 20-17, then they lost 13-10. They lost 24-17 in a game that went to overtime. So it was 17 all at the end of regulation, and another 13-10 game. So Nebraska scored 17-10, 17-10.
Yeah,
and they allowed 20-13, 24, and 13. Very similar games across the board, though I would say maybe that like the Michigan State game was probably the biggest outlier, and that game kind of got out of hand is too strong, but they fell behind early and they were having to claw back. The other ones were kind of those typical ugly, gross Big Ten football games, and they were unable to close out. Sometimes they had the lead, sometimes they were tied. Whatever happened, they were unable to do that. And you're probably right in that is what these games will look like. You know, barring there is a world, in my opinion, where Saturday they win comfortably. There's definitely a world where they win comfortably on Saturday. But the other 3, and especially the last 2.
But what is comfortably?
I think they could win by 3 scores. I think they could win this game by 3 scores.
How many turnovers are they getting?
I mean, they lost by 4, and they only had 1 takeaway against Ohio State. So
I understand, but, you know.
You don't see a world where they win this game by 3 scores? Where they win by 17 points?
Maybe.
Man, maybe I'm missing something, because I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday afternoon, too, about UCLA. When I told this person the spread, and I said, yes, 9.5. Now, that was before it moved. It's 7.5 now. I said, yeah, they're 9.5. And they were like, what? And I was like, UCLA's not very good. UCLA, we'll have all the numbers this week. It's a bad football team. It's a really bad football team. There's definitely a world where Nebraska wins this one comfortably. Definitely a world where.
I suppose 17-0 you could, but.
I couldn't talk you into like 31-14 to like the Purdue game?
No.
Really?
No.
Interesting.
This offense is not good.
Okay.
I'm sorry, they're not.
That's fine.
And
I'm not going to argue with you.
And UCLA is pretty good on the run, against the run. Now, I haven't dove into the numbers, so I'll have a better view later on, but no, I don't see this. I mean, unless they're getting a ton of short fields or maybe a defensive score is mixed in there, or God forbid a special teams touchdown is in there. I don't know if this team's capable of putting up 31 at this point.
Okay.
Because they can't run the football.
27? Can't score 27?
And there's a lot of tape on there on them right now.
Interesting. So let me ask you this. You didn't come away, we talked about the encouragement. I know we got Mitch coming up in a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't a part of you that liked the run game? First time over 100 yards since the Purdue game. Still not a very good yards per carry. But I thought that they ran the ball better in this game than they have, pound for pound, than they have at any game this season.
Sure.
Okay.
But, and part of this is, you got to show me.
100%.
You got to show me.
Dave says the same thing, basically.
You
Michigan State was
me.
a bad team last year when the talk of the media was Nebraska was 5-3. Yeah, for sure.
You got to show me.
I think Nebraska's winning on Saturday. And I'm going to be
I feel that they'll win on Saturday.
I think they're going to win by multiple scores on Saturday. And so when I talk about the game, through my lens this week will be a comfortable Nebraska victory. When I think about this game, it is how does Nebraska have a comfortable victory is how I am viewing this football game.
Ooh, boy, that's dangerous. Guess you like to live dangerously.
Well, I mean, I think that they are a better football team than UCLA is.
Well, I do too.
And I was wrong about Michigan State last year. And I was wrong about the Illinois game. I was wrong about the Ohio State game, though, on Saturday. So, I feel like I've been wrong a lot with this team.
Right.
I'm not going to do the thing that Dave does and others do, though, of I'm going to wait for the other shoe to drop because it always does. I'm not doing that this week. I'm going to go forward and think, I'm going to believe what Matt Rhule is saying. I'm going to believe what Ty Robinson is saying. I did see some things on Saturday that I think are replicable and that they could do versus this, again, bad UCLA team. And I'm not going to view that game against Rutgers. And I haven't done my Michael Severe tape dive yet. I'm going to do that starting tomorrow. But I'm not going to let one game versus Rutgers change my tune on what I thought or what I've seen.
One game against Rutgers? What about the game against Purdue? What about the game?
No, I'm talking about UCLA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were referring back to 14-7.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the thing that I think should give folks pause is UCLA had this week off. They had last week off.
Sure.
So that will be to their advantage.
Definitely. They're going to be rested. And Nebraska's coming off of a heartbreaker of a loss, and they're traveling back home.
And they've got 2 really interesting games of tape to break down.
Yeah, exactly.
2 very interesting games of tape. One that shows Nebraska's glaring weaknesses.
Yep.
And another that shows what Nebraska can be like when properly motivated.
100%. 100%.
Now, can we get some kind of filter on their shields? Can we put like how you get the face shields over the face mask?
Mm-hmm.
Can we get the virtual reality on there that makes every UCLA player look like they're wearing an Ohio State uniform?
Not a bad idea. Hey, look, it's Jeremiah Smith. Hey, look, it's Emeka Ibuka. Travion Henderson right there as well. Quinshot Junkins.
I would follow your lead on the whole 31 points big win thing.
Yeah.
If you could tell me they were doing that.
Okay.
Coming up next, Mitch Sherman of The Athletic on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Mitch, good afternoon. Welcome back from Columbus. I'm sure that was a different experience.
Different in a lot of ways. Yeah, different is different from the week before. That's for sure. In the game that we all saw, and different in that, man, that's a a production to put on a football game in that place. That was my first visit for a non-COVID game. I was there in 2020, and then previous to that, I was not there in 16 or other Nebraska visits, and so I got the full Ohio State experience on Saturday. And they, regardless of the product on the field, it is different, to be sure, in the everything that goes into putting on a game at that place.
I don't know how much you get a chance to absorb the local, excuse me, the local, feeling, the commentary, because you're obviously busy. But what was the takeaway from that? Because I can imagine there are a lot of folks on the Ohio State side that are like, "Whoa, what's going on here?"
I told this story on podcast this morning with Connor. So I flew home early morning. I got up at like 3:00 Central Time to get a 6 Eastern flight out of Columbus, and I connected in Minneapolis. And so I was on a plane with a lot of people who were flying out of, everyone would have been flying out of Columbus on Sunday morning. And we got to Minneapolis, and people were starting to wake up. And I stopped to get a cup of coffee, and I was standing in line behind a couple who were connecting to somewhere far away in Minneapolis from Columbus, and they're wearing Ohio State gear. And the woman working behind the counter at the coffee shop said, "Oh, are you coming from the game?" And they kind of, yeah, and shook their heads a little bit and said, "What a terrible game." The couple was agreeing with each other that it was awful, and Ohio State did everyone a disservice by playing like that. And they griped about how they should get their money back for the trip that they wasted their time to go watch this game that Ohio State won 21-17 against one of the other most historic programs in college football history. I don't know that their feelings represent the majority of people in Columbus, but there's definitely a good size section, I think, that just look at every game, if it's not against Michigan, as like the non-conference, like the JV game. They're playing Eastern Michigan or Marshall or Nebraska or Penn State, and it's all kind of the same.
It's kind of like Nebraska in the 80s.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, and Nebraska, to be fair, was playing those programs in the 80s if it wasn't Oklahoma. I mean, it was a different time in college football, and Kansas State were teams that didn't have any business competing with Nebraska because of everything at Nebraska's disposal. And Ohio State has an advantage for sure, hasn't he? Just look around the stadium, look around Columbus and the campus, and look at their roster now getting paid like a professional team. But college football is different, and the transfer portal and everything has made it different. And you're not going to go 16-0 like some team might, but generally it's more like the NFL than anything we've ever seen from this sport.
Mitch, looking at the Nebraska side of things, I love the angle that you took when you wrote about the game. You said, "Do you trust the Huskers?" That is the question now, because if you do, reason exists to believe they can win any or all of their final 4 games. I wonder how much of that was in your mind as you're watching the game, and how much did that writing, that angle come about given the way in which Rhule and the players talked about them in the postgame, because the word proud was used a lot by those players and by Matt Rhule.
Well, I expected that that's what they would be like. Once we got to the fourth quarter and Nebraska took the lead in the fourth quarter, my thought was, okay, the aim here for Nebraska is obviously to win the game. And that's all it's thinking about. And it's all the fans should be thinking about, is win this game. But there's not going, unless something wild happens at the end and they hand it away or whatever, there's not going to be an outcome from this where Nebraska doesn't walk out feeling good about its shot in the month of November to perform well. Because if you can do that and you can perform well and you can have a strong performance against Ohio State at Ohio Stadium, then going into the Coliseum when it's 80% full or 70% full, and 30% of the fans who are there are Nebraska fans, and USC's whatever, a game or two above 500, like that's nothing compared. It's a tough opponent, but that's not a challenge on the same level as
playing close against Ohio State on that Saturday of last week. So, yeah, my thought was I came into my head in the second half of the game was, okay, well, Nebraska's going to walk out of here and either going to win or lose. But whatever happens, you can go into November and feel like there's not a game out there that it shouldn't be competitive in and have an opportunity to win. That's not to say, I mean, the likelihood that Nebraska is going to go 4-0 in November is, it's like the talk of going 7-0 going into Ohio State. Like the chances get smaller, even if they're coin flip games, they get smaller each week that you're going to win 4 coin flips. But there's no reason to believe that Nebraska can't do well and perform well. And maybe this is the time. Maybe this is where the script flips, and Nebraska can take that next step as a program that it's been trying to accomplish for so long.
Can we declare that the Indiana game was an aberration, at least in terms of the defense, especially the run defense?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that again. I don't know about. Yeah, I think so. I hesitate to go all in on that about the entire game because, again, college football is so week to week. But 56-7, yeah, that's an aberration. It was a snowball thing, and I don't think it would happen again if Nebraska went there. Not to say that Nebraska would win that game. Indiana is playing really good football, and they're extremely confident. And Nebraska fell down. Like it fell down in the coaching realm and everything that it did in Bloomington on that day. But yeah, from the way the defense played, from that perspective, I do think it's an anomaly. Like that'll be the 1 out of 12 games on this schedule for 2024 where Nebraska just doesn't show up to play defensively.
Hey, Mitch, I wanted to read you a quote from Dylan Raiola, and I feel like it's a good time to read this because a few minutes before we brought you on, I got an email from a listener that basically it seemed like concerned about Dylan Raiola, and is there chatter about him? If I missed something, because he said, this is now Dylan's words, I couldn't be more proud of where we're headed. I know that you are probably asked, like John and I are, hey, is there a world where he's not on the roster next year? And it's not based in anything other than, I think, just the usual bedwetting and panic that the fan base can kind of have about a player like this. How important do you think that quote was after the game, given just that general discourse that exists with him?
It's better than him not saying it. I think that's where his head's at. And every player in college football, especially the players who have opportunities when free agency begins. Every player in college football has to have a decision, has to have a conversation with himself and his family and the people close to him about what he wants to do. And it's no different for Ja'Cory Barney or anybody on the Nebraska roster who's young and talented. But yeah, I mean, you want Dylan to feel good about things, and I don't think he's not fabricating that. Like, he doesn't need to say that if he doesn't feel that way. I think a lot of the hand wringing about him, like it's like a paranoia. It's a state of mind at Nebraska that's unfortunate, and I think other fan bases feel that way too. But I don't think they go and have these conversations at Oregon or at Texas. And I understand that those programs are a lot more successful than Nebraska right now. But Nebraska recruited these players just like those programs recruited those players. And I don't think that they necessarily have any more reason to feel disillusioned or want to look around at Nebraska. Since they chose this school, they chose this place to play, they should feel just as connected to these teammates and these coaches and this program as any players who are in place and doing well and progressing at any other program, regardless of how often that team wins. So it's unfounded in my book, the concern at this point that there's anything's going to happen other than him being the starting quarterback in 2025 at Nebraska. But again, we live in this time in college football where everybody has to consider all of the entire situation. Like you can move around, and it happens in unexpected cases, and then sometimes it happens in very much expected cases. I think in Dylan's case, like, I expect him to be the cornerstone of the future for Nebraska.
Read that quote again.
The one from Dylan Raiola?
Yeah, please.
I couldn't be more proud of where we're headed.
Couldn't be more proud of where we're headed. Do you think that also includes his offensive coordinator, Mitch?
I don't know what's in Dylan's mind about his offensive coordinator. It's hard to say. I mean, he projects confidence, and that's the way it's going to be. Like that's how he was raised as a football player and as an athlete and a public figure to be positive. And it's something that you can hear in the comments from his dad when Dominic has talked about Nebraska and about Dylan. They're not going to, also you kind of fall in line with where the head coach stands on this stuff. I mean, the players are a reflection of their head coach, and Dylan would be, I think he's partly shaped by Matt Rhule, just having played for him for 8 games. And Rhule certainly has not thrown anybody under the bus. Like Rhule's always going to go to bat for his guys. And I think that's going to be reflected in the comments from the players. I don't know, like in internally, like how he feels. Maybe he's happy. Maybe he feels like, hey, I see this in practice. I see this in meetings every day, even when it's not showing up on the field. Like I'm confident in where this is going. I don't honestly know how he feels, and that's stuff that's all going to have to play out over these next 4 games, and then as they get into December, I'm sure Matt Rhule's already begun the process of evaluating like what's going to work for this offense moving forward, and maybe there'll have to be some changes in responsibilities or at the coordinator spot, but that's not anything that's coming out publicly at this point.
Mitch, John asked a question earlier today on Twitter, and I wanted to ask this of you because he gave 4 options. I'm going to just give you 2 and ask you, when you now think of the last 2 games and then the way in which Matt Rhule and his players talked about it both Saturday and then Matt Rhule again today, do you take away, like, do you leave inspired thinking, okay, they believe that they're about to do something. They're about to get over a hump. I think November could be very good for them. And that doesn't have to be 4-0, but it could just mean success. Or do you view it as his last option, which was meh, same old Husker BS? Which of those 2 best fits how you feel right now?
I feel more like the first option. I mean, maybe that's just a glass half full kind of attitude, but I don't think it's the same old meh BS. I mean, I do think that there's a process here, and Matt Rhule's 20 games into this, and he's been pushing and working to get Nebraska over a hump. And like I believe what he says about how it's different. And could he be doing some things different? Could he be doing some things better? Could they have had? I mean, certainly the Indiana game was way off track. Like there's no rebuilding process in which like that's part of the plan. But otherwise, I haven't seen a lot of those moments. Yeah, they've had steps where they've fallen back, but that's kind of what it is. Like 1 step back to go 2 steps forward, and they could absolutely be way more refined and better on special teams. And like he could have done some different things with assigning coaches roles that might have led to earlier success. But it's not, you're not going to be perfect. And I buy into what he sees for the future of this program, and that it does take time, and that patience is required, and that to do it from sustainably, you need to have an approach that's probably different than the way some things have operated at Nebraska in the past. So they can, like MJ Sherman said, they can go 2 directions from what happened on Saturday, and we've seen it with Nebraska teams in the past after playing close games against Ohio State. Like this is the 3rd time since 2018 that Nebraska's thrown a scare into Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2018, with a true freshman quarterback late in the season, Nebraska gained a lot of momentum from a loss, and it went and put up 50 points the next week against Illinois, and then it won a defensive struggle against Michigan State, and then it lost by 3 points in the finale against Iowa. And then in 2021, you saw something different where Nebraska lost games after pushing Ohio State at Memorial Stadium. And that was a program that was in a different place right then. That was where the things were kind of circling the drain for Scott Frost. There was a lot of talk about making a coaching change at that point as the 2021 season wound to an end and people were sick of the close losses. They were all close losses. This team to me resembles the position more of the 2018 team than the 2021 team, and I expect that it's going to respond more like that team.
I'm curious, Mitch, if this outcome changed your outlook on Ohio State as far as being a championship contender, a national championship contender.
Well, I mean, to the point of the Ohio State fans who were disappointed and felt like the team let them down, like it wasn't a high enough entertainment value. Ohio State's going to have to play a lot better than that to win the national championship. There's no doubt about that. Like that point can't be argued. Ohio State did not play excellent football on Saturday, but it didn't give the game away. Like my thought going in was, if Nebraska is going to be in this game, it's because Ohio State just gave things away, like turned it over 4 times or whatever. I mean, there were 2 failed 4th down attempts that breathed life into Nebraska, and had the 1 turnover that didn't result in anything for Nebraska, and at least not an immediate touchdown or points. So Nebraska was right there. Nebraska stood up in the middle of the ring against Ohio State and traded punches with the Buckeyes for 4 quarters. They're going to have to do better than that to go and beat, even to win like a early round playoff game. I think to win Saturday against Penn State in the playoff, Ohio State's going to have to be better than it was against Nebraska. But I do think that all teams are going to have those weeks. I don't think Ohio State played terribly, but I think all teams are going to have those weeks where it just didn't all come together the way that they're capable of. And I think Ohio State's capable of a lot more. Like you look at Jeremiah Smith through the first half of this season, and he looks like an All-American. And other than one play, it was a 60-yard touchdown. But other than one play on Saturday against Nebraska, he was pretty quiet. Some of that had to do with what Nebraska was doing, and I think some of it just had to do with him being a freshman and the fact that you're just going to have those kind of days.
Is Saturday a must-win?
I mean, like I would say must or what? Like if must or the season's over, the season's lost, like they can't get to a bowl game. It's a must win in order for Nebraska to maintain even a sliver of the momentum that it might have gained in playing close against Ohio State. Like the confidence is a huge thing. And you saw Nebraska come out in the second half against Ohio State, and it played confident football because it was able to turn drives into points against Ohio State in the first half. If John Hull doesn't make those kicks and it's 14-0 at halftime, I don't think it's a confident Nebraska coming out in the second half, because they go, wow, we played all right and we have nothing to show for it.
Right.
So move that forward and say Nebraska's got to do something here against UCLA. It's got to win this game in order to maintain the confidence that it has right now.
Mitch Sherman, you can read his great work at The Athletic. Mitch, always appreciate the chat, and we'll see. Maybe next week we'll be making bowling plans for Detroit or New York.
Not Detroit. We can debate the pluses and minuses of all the. I would love to be talking about potential destinations. It's just something I've missed out on for so long.
Sure would make that idle week conversation a whole lot more enjoyable than the alternative.
Oh, that's right. It is an idle week after next week, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's true.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mitch. Well, have a great week, and we'll chat with you next Monday.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mitch.
I'll answer that question for you.
Yeah?
Yes.
Hell yeah. The answer is hell freaking yes.
It's a must-win because
you squander everything if you lose.
Because
squander, boy.
At the end of the day, we can sit here and talk about, feelings and, did it look good? Did it not look good? It's a results-based business.
Yep.
It's a results-based business. You are now fighting in your weight class. And let's face it, the last few times you've been, let's just look back. The last few times you've been fighting in your weight class, you got beat by Illinois at home on a Friday night with the electric crowd and a 400 sellout.
It was a great night for football.
You fought tooth and nail with Rutgers.
Yep.
Managed to win that one.
Got the win.
Those are the last.
What about Purdue?
Well, I would say Purdue is below Nebraska's weight class.
Man, I feel like I'm on an island then, because I feel like UCLA is in the same class as Purdue.
No, UCLA is not in the same class. Purdue's bad. Purdue is really bad.
I know.
I don't think UCLA is in the same weight class as Purdue. I think just given that they started with better talent, they may not be well coached or they may not have great results, but I think they're in a higher weight class right now than Purdue.
FYI, according to Connolly, Bill Connolly, Purdue 99th, UCLA 80th. UCLA 80th, Purdue 99th.
Let's see.
Rutgers 67, Illinois 57.
K Ford has UCLA at 68. and Purdue at 113.
Whoo, holy God. That is a different weight class.
That is a different weight class.
You do bow at the altar of Kelly Ford.
Well, I do.
Yep.
I do.
Sir, please toss me another morsel.
I mean, he's got cool-looking graphics that are very easy to read.
We showed those, didn't we?
No,
Did we show those yet?
I have not. I didn't get a chance to redo the
What's
graphics.
the most likely win number now?
I will update you now
Okay.
as we have a moment. Let me bring up. I got to look at last week. So I'm going to bring up. This is last week's that I've got up on the.
So last week he had them
screen.
at 7-5. He had them with a 2%. Man, dude, 2% chance, and they were up in the fourth quarter.
Yes,
2% chance.
It would have been only the third time in history that Nebraska won a game straight up as a 20 or more point underdog, thanks to our new.
Would have been the win of a generation. It would have been the biggest program win in 23 autumns, in my opinion. It would have been their biggest win since Oklahoma.
Would have been the biggest upset in like 4 generations.
It would have been the biggest upset. And, I mean, it would have put them at 6-2. That means that they would have, barring a catastrophe versus UCLA, they would have been ranked in the first CFP rank. Sure. It would have changed the conversation. But math-wise, it would have done a whole hell of a lot to the back stretch of the season. And so what I'm curious about as we look at his numbers, so last week he had them dropping from 7-5 to 6.4 and 5.6. So averaging out over the course of the year, they had 6.4. Now we know that they lost, but they did improve in his power rankings.
They did. They improved by 2.1 points in his power rankings, which is 9th best in the country.
Yeah.
Just last week.
So what does that have them now in terms of their overall win?
6.6.
So they went up by 0.2.
The percentage chance.
It would have been probably 7.5 if they would have won. Because they would have gained a win. No, it would have been higher than that. If they're at 6.6 right now, they would have been, you add the literal win, you're at 7.6. It probably would have been closing in on 8-4. He probably would have had them as an 8-4 team. Because they would have gotten the win locked down.
Well, right now, Nebraska's got an 89% chance or greater of winning 6 games. 51% chance of winning 7 or more games.
Yeah, so it would have been the same thing, just added a win.
The UCLA win percentage going into this week is at 67%.
So it's gone up just a touch. Last week it was at 63.
USC is 20%.
Last week it was at 17, so it's also gone up a touch.
Wisconsin, 40.
It was at 32, so it's also gone up.
And Iowa, 30.
It was at 27. So it's gone up across the board.
Correct.
It's gone up across the board. Now it's about doing it.
It's about doing it.
Now it's about doing it. To answer the question, yes, I'm with you, John. This is indeed a must win. This is a chance. He squandered, the program squandered a lot of goodwill 9 days ago. A lot of goodwill.
Of course it did.
They will not get it all back. They cannot earn it all back with a loss to Ohio State and a win versus UCLA.
No.
But you can definitely, I mean, they are now a victory away from UCLA from doing a great job at stemming the tide, doing just a real good job at least saying, back off, chill out. We're going places. It wasn't a speed bump. It was more than that. It was a wall. It was bad, but this is a great chance. You get a win on Saturday, and I think you're feeling really, really good.
When we come back, it's time to talk about the incompetent refs.
It looks like Nick wants to talk about something.
I do want to talk about something, fellas.
Oh, is it time, Nick, to give out those glorious VHS copies?
Yeah,
Ghost!
we cleaned out the prize closet from 1994.
We didn't rewind them, by the way. You are going to have to rewind it yourself.
Be kind.
Be kind, rewind.
Well, these were used VHS tapes, and the people who used them last forgot to rewind them.
I think we also recorded them off of TNT, so there might be commercials.
Oh.
And they might be a little edited.
Oh, that's too bad, because didn't she get naked in that movie?
I don't know. Good question. I've never watched it. Maybe we watch it for Movie Club. Anyway, Nick.
Anyway, not to further confuse people, this is for the band Ghost.
Oh!
They'll be in Omaha next
year. The
band
Ghost.
Nice. A lot of people were debating what kind of band they are in the comments section.
They were, but that doesn't matter for what I'm about to say.
Okay.
John, Josh, as you both know, easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Wow, people are already calling right now.
Yeah.
Ghost, they want the VHS copies.
Ghost is a very theatrical band, right?
Sure.
And theatrical bands
Oh,
have
you mean like the movie? Very theatrical.
Theatrical bands have a lot of lore and story behind them. There's
Yes, like the movie
backstory
Ghost
and lore.
had a story behind it. Guy dies, comes back.
He's a ghost.
He's a ghost.
And in the lore of the band Ghost, they have had 5 different lead singers.
Oh, wow.
I screwed up already. I screwed up what I was going to do.
Did you just give away the number of lead
gave
singers?
away the number of lead singers. Whoops.
I got a trivia question. In 1959, Nebraska beat Oklahoma in the biggest upset in school history. What year did Nebraska beat Oklahoma in 1959?
That's fine, though, because I can pivot.
Yeah.
What's the current? Who is the current
So they need
lead
to
singer
name
of
the
Ghost?
leader of Ghost?
Yes.
Oh, so you're making people actually know the band before they win?
Nick says that there are a ton of people out there who love Ghost.
There are a lot of people who like Ghost.
All right, well, let's hear from him right now.
So
The first person who knows the name of the
person
lead singer?
the
who
first
knows the
person
name.
at 402-951-1620 that knows the name of the lead singer of the band Ghost.
That's cool, man.
And just think, folks, this is only Monday. He's giving away tickets all week.
We got trivia.
All week. So I guess bone up on your Ghost.
Shane writes,
Don't
Nick,
bone the Ghost, just bone up on the
Nick
Ghost.
just Satterfielded the trivia question.
I did.
Yeah, it was a hell of a screen pass, Nick.
It's fine. I pivoted, though. I pivoted.
Pivot.
pivoted.
That's like Friends, Nick.
All right, back after this on 1620 The Zone. So who's going to be hooked up with that great VHS tape of the classic 1990 movie starring Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore with co-star Whoopi Ghost?
Zoe.
Zoe, congratulations. I hope you know how to work a VHS. I hope you have a VHS. If you don't,
good
you
luck.
might still be able to rent one at Blockbuster Video.
Yeah. Kenneth, wait, hold on. This is for real and not at all a bit. What do you mean?
Wait,
Nick
I don't
just
know what you're
gave
talking
away
about.
Ghost.
He gave away Ghost. And we're going to be giving away
band.
Ghost all week.
Oh, man.
A lot of Ghost.
So many VHS copies. Star Wars Fiend-
Somewhere out there, the widow of Patrick Swayze is going to get a sweet check in the mail for the, the residuals that you get.
No, remember we recorded it off of TNT. It's a lot of with the commercials and stuff from 1998.
Oh, is that how
when it was on TNT?
Oh man, well, enjoy those classic Oldsmobile commercials.
Yeah. By the way, Star Wars Fiend goes, seriously, no one answers the phone. I try all the time and it rings and disconnects me. Am I blocked? I feel blocked. So I wish we could give out Chris Prudhon's email, just to email Chris Prudhon. He says that the phones are working perfectly in the way in which the Lord intended them to work. That's what they do now, apparently.
Yeah.
That's what phones do in 2024.
That's what he says they're supposed to do. So
Yep.
I'm sorry, Star Wars Fiend, but you have many chances.
I don't know
all
what
week.
you're talking about. I mean, Nick only answered one call, and apparently Zoe got the answer.
Yeah, they were
first,
arguing.
so.
It was very confusing.
Yeah,
Very confusing.
It was very confusing.
Yeah.
Just like it was very confusing.
Ref talk?
Yep. It was very confusing watching that game and trying to understand, A, are these guys really, really awful at their jobs? B, did they just go out and pull 6 people or 9 people off the street and put them in stripes to do this job? Or C, are they on the take? Because this was horrible.
You're pulling a Steve Sipple. You're getting out the tinfoil hats. You're saying something nefarious
I'm saying
on.
it's got the game looked like one of those 3 options. It's probably A, they're really, really bad at their jobs.
My answer is always that they're bad.
That was a Hall of Fame bad performance.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
I've
rough.
sure. I've seen balls, misspotted by, a yard. Didn't see the knee down.
I've never seen anything like what happened at the end of the first half, though. I'm serious. So earlier in that drive, there was a play where Nebraska got a first down, and the clock, it looked like it started ticking really fast.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's interesting. They usually wait until they mark the ball, but oh well. So the drive continues, yada, yada, yada. They go down the field. And they get to that play on, it's second down, right? It's a second down run where it looks like they get the first down. And the clock just keeps ticking. And I had a friend over, and I'm looking at my friend David, and I'm like, why is the clock still ticking? And then it says 3rd and 1. And I am even more flabbergasted because not only did I watch in the year of our Lord 2024, that was Dowdell, right? Who got that?
It was Emmett.
I watched.
Dowdell got the first down.
Yes.
Emmett was the one who was misspotted.
Okay, so I watched Emmett not just get a first down, but it looked like he got another yard, maybe even more.
I thought it was 2 yards.
And so I was like, well, that's interesting. And then finally, Joe Klatt is wondering the same thing. What is going on? They misspotted them. Then they have to get the first down. Then they have to call the timeout. And then they show the replay. And more flabbergasted I was. I couldn't believe it. They got confused. They thought it was Fedoni. Those incompetent idiots. They thought Fedoni had the football. Or somebody else. I don't know. An alignment?
But how does that happen?
I don't know, John.
Because usually when you spot a football and you're running from the sideline into the play, you see the man who is tackled. And you see the thing that is the most important thing in football. The ball!
The ball. He had the ball.
The ball!
Yeah, he had the ball. He's like waving it. Hello, first down.
So how can one run in from the sideline?
It's the sequel. The ball!
Make the spot. The breasts! And not see the ball!
Yeah.
The breasts! That is impossible!
Yeah. Pretty bad.
The good news is,
The good news
The Big Ten put out a release.
Hey, they did apologize, John.
They set out a release today that said, during Nebraska's final drive of the first half on second down with 2 yards to gain on the Ohio State 39-yard line, the ball was incorrectly spotted after a run by Cornhuskers running back Emmett Johnson.
Hey, at least they apologized.
The ball carrier crossed the 37-yard line, and a first down should have been awarded to Nebraska. Replay should have stopped the game to review the spot since it involved the line to gain. Or maybe you should hire refs who have vision and can actually see and are looking for ball.
Or balls.
The ball.
Look for the balls.
Before I continue my rant, here, Matt Rhule was asked about this today. Nick, do you have a MR4? Matt Rhule about this statement that was put out today by the Big Ten.
I commend the league for putting out a statement. You know, the worst thing I can do is get up here when I'm trying to get our team to turn forward to UCLA and be talking about, you know, the calls that went against us in a loss. I think that's very forward thinking of, you know, Commissioner Petiti and of Bill Carollo, who's the head of officiating. And I think it's what should be done. You know, we all just want transparency in everything, right? Hey, well, you know, I come here, you guys ask me what happened on this play, what happened on that play, right? And to do my best to be transparent and answer them. So I appreciate the statement.
Let me read this email real quick from Money Chris before we continue, because there was other plays. He says, how did no one from the Nebraska staff not call timeout to get them to review the play? That is something that can happen, correct? Yes. I'm going to give Matt Rhule grace here, and maybe I shouldn't. Thank God they got a field goal out of this drive. So in the end, I don't think that it changed the course of the game. That level of incompetence is so unexpected that I don't think anybody noticed. And maybe they should have, and it was just so wild. It was so, because at first I thought again, they just marked it really, really fast, and that's why the clock is going. That's what I thought. It was not that they didn't give them the first down. So yeah, I guess they should have. But I don't think you expect other things to happen in games. You expect them to get calls wrong. This was so bad because there was no question. This was not a judgment call. He had the first. He easily had the first down. So I guess somebody should have noticed, but I'm not going to get mad at Nebraska for that.
Well, if they didn't notice or if they did, that's a situation where I don't give a damn. You run on the field as a coach. You run on the field, you grab the official, and you say, what are you doing?
Well, yeah, if Ryan Day did that, they'd just be like, hey, sideline warning, Ryan.
You're like, no, it is spotted incorrectly. You got to get their attention because that is such an egregious error. That's not a judgment call.
Horrible.
That's not a judgment call.
No, they got a first down by a yard.
That is, I mean, if that's a judgment call, then the person who made that call has the worst judgment of anyone doing that job, and that person should be fired. Not today, not yesterday, on the spot.
Yeah.
They should bring the security down from the stands onto the field, arrest the official, and march him off the field. I am so tired of this incompetence. And this is what I talk about every time. This statement doesn't mean squat to me. Matt Rhule, kudos to you. You said the right thing.
Hey, but
this statement doesn't mean a damn thing. This is BS. This is garbage. You got to do something about it, Big Ten. You got to do something about it. You got to get your idiots in that stupid little multi-billion-dollar replay center to buzz in and say, stop the presses. You screwed it up. So they didn't do their job. The official on the field didn't do their job.
No.
And then after the game, you march those idiots in and you make them answer questions. Not from one reporter, but from the whole damn press corps. Because this is the only profession in the public that is not accountable to the public. I have said this for years. I will keep saying it. There is no accountability with officials. None. There is no accountability. They're all cowards. And this needs to stop. That was a horrific officiated game.
Oh, across the board.
It was terrible. And it should never stand. Ever. I mean, come on.
My favorite part.
What are we doing?
Towards the end of the game, the other moment in time, obviously, that had the most reaction. And if Nebraska scores a touchdown, would have been, a huge talking point. And of course, that is the targeting call on the play in which Jamal Banks did catch it, and then there was targeting. And when you tweeted, they got every part of it wrong.
They did.
Every part of it they got wrong. It was not a target. You and I are in agreement. It was not a targeting call. So thus it should have been a catch and a fumble. But because it was a targeting, it wasn't that. But then they throw a flag on Ryan Day, but they give a sideline warning, even though he bumped into an official, which is a no-no. And so that should have been 15.
And did the same thing that Matt Rhule was flagged for 2 weeks ago, throwing his headset.
See, now, watch the replay. He does hold on to it, not to defend Ryan Day, because I don't want to do it. He does the motion, but it's still in his hand. So I don't think it's slammed down, but he bumped into the official. You can't do that. They got every part of that play they got wrong.
Oh, but wait, there's more, kids. Ohio State filed an appeal on behalf of Arvell Reese.
Yep.
The man who was ejected for targeting. And he
would have missed the first half.
The first half of the Penn State game.
Yeah.
The Big Ten went to the NCAA football rules secretary, and after review, it was determined it was not targeting. He will not be suspended for the first half versus Penn State. So they missed that too.
So they we just said we don't think it was targeting. They admit it was indeed not targeting. Bad.
It's inexcusable.
Yeah, it really is.
It is inexcusable. It is inexcusable how poorly things went in that game. And there was one other thing Matt Rhule said. We won't get to it right now because I don't want to go off on another rant.
Nah.
But he did make a pretty good point about these rules emphasis that come down mid-season. When you get a rash of certain things and, it happened with the 12-man on the field deal, where they literally changed
the rule in October.
Yeah. They didn't change a rule. They just said, hey, this is your new rules enforcement or new rules emphasis or whatever.
Well, I'd say they changed the rule. It's now you put time back on the clock. That's changing something. It's changing structure.
It's
changing how you react to the rule.
Right. But he said, a couple weeks ago, there was a offensive pass interference in the Oregon-Ohio State game that got a lot of people fired up. I don't remember the play. But because of it, officials were told, hey, we need to watch for this. We need to watch for this.
Yeah.
And as a result, Nebraska got hit twice for OPI in the Ohio State game. And as Matt Rhule pointed out, listen, we bring the refs in at the beginning of the season to go over all this stuff. And then you're changing the game in the middle of the season, which isn't fair to our kids.
Yeah.
Because they've been playing under one emphasis, and even though it wasn't a game you were in, now it's affecting you. And it's also affecting the officials on the field because now they're asked to adjudicate differently than they did before. And I thought that was a good point.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm not accepting your BS statement, Big Ten. Time for talk is over. Do something about it. There. Got that out of my
I liked
system.
it. That was good.
You good, John? You going to lower that blood pressure over the break?
I'm good.
I'm worried.
Well, until we get to the Scarlet and the Cream. And then
And
Jack will
Black.
probably bring it up and I'll get mad again.
Jack's going to be back soon.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. If this last weekend in football wasn't exciting enough, well, you still have more chances at excitement tonight as the Giants take on the Steelers, especially with the live in-game lines that update every single break on the Circus Sports Iowa app. It plops you right inside all of the action. People forget Game 3 of the World Series is also tonight. Circus Sports Iowa is also known for their tight money line splits. And with how the first two games have gone in this series, the Yankees are at minus 135 to win tonight. If you think the Dodgers have a third one in them, then they are plus 124. By the way, the run total for the game tonight is at 8.5. Whichever game you decide to play with, or hell, even if it's both of them, Circus Sports Iowa is the only sportsbook you need anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download the app that gives you the same hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa, which I can personally speak to extremely highly of from firsthand experience, by the way. Download the Circus Sports Iowa app and never go back. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Ken writes,
hello, Ken.
Officiating is hard. You should try it before getting so upset about it.
Wait, people are... Come on, Kenneth.
Ken,
Come on, bro.
That's incompetence. You can't excuse that. I'm not saying it's not a hard job, and I'm not asking officials to be perfect. I am asking all of them and the people who operate in that sphere to be accountable. Accountable. These are, I know I said they should have been fired on the spot. Okay.
And you said arrested.
Drawn, quartered, tarred, feathered.
That's hyperbole. But they should be sanctioned. The officials, those officials, that group should not be allowed to do a game this week. There should be a suspension. And just like, if Matt Rhule had gone off after the game and said, yeah, these guys screwed us, guess what would have happened?
He would have gotten fined and in trouble. Reprimanded.
And the Big Ten would have sent out this nice press release and they would have splashed it all over their social media saying, Matt Rhule was in violation of the sportsmanship, blah, 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 Rule 16A, paragraph B, subparagraph X. And they would have gone all out to tell the world, hey, Matt Rhule said something naughty about the officials and he's getting fined for it. The same should be held accountable. If an official is sanctioned, not that it ever happens, but if they are, it should be, hey, official Joe Bob Smith, didn't grade out very well this week. He will not be working a game this week in the Big Ten Conference. That's the only way everyone else who is in the public, politician, you, me, we're held accountable. Publicly, we're held accountable. That's the only profession that's not held publicly accountable. Everything's done secretly behind the scenes. Oh, let's send in the pool reporter.
Yeah, they might be in trouble. We just don't know about it because they never mention anything. And I'm guessing we'll see that official or one of the this crew back out on the games next week.
I also think, to defend the officials, I also think we need to do a better job, like the NFL has done, with the eye in the sky. And we
were just talking about it last week. The replay assist,
the expedited review.
That and you said it last week. That was something that you didn't really like in theory, and I think it's worked swimmingly. Where you'll have a play, and it will be so obvious that it's like we're not going to waste any time. We're not going to review. We're not going to do anything. We're going to let them know you got it wrong. Fix it. Move forward, reset the clock, whatever you have to do, and let's get back to the action. The fact that doesn't happen. And look, I know on this show, you have often been the anti-ref guy, and I've always been we don't expect quarterbacks to complete 100% of their passes, so I don't expect referees to get everything right. But that play, the one that we spent the majority of the time focusing on, dude, that is grade school stuff. That was bad. And so when Kenneth says stuff like try reffing athletics at a high level and get back to me. One of my dear friends is an official in this state. He refs a lot. And he is someone who gives officials a little bit more grace than you and I would, obviously, because he's an official.
Sure.
He has a lot of criticisms, though, about what is happening and what he sees on Saturdays.
Yeah.
Again, to miss bang calls or whatever, the way in which they handled the targeting, I understand. That stuff is so fast and it can be difficult. But the play in which we talked about, again, that's grade school stuff. I don't know what they were looking at. What did you see that allowed for that to happen and that screwed Nebraska out of a half-minute worth of time?
Well, the thing also on the targeting, that's a failure of replay. I'm not blaming the on-field officials for the targeting because it looked vicious, and they're taught, hey, throw the flag because it's going to go to replay. They ruled targeting on replay and then have reversed that. So they've reversed something they already had many chances to look at. And remember, that was a long delay. It was about 3 minutes where they were looking at that targeting. So that was a failure institutionally inside their own replay center. But I do think there are some avenues where we can help the officials as well. I have long said that the over-reliance on replay has hurt officiating because now, instead of being more definitive on calls, they just kind of default to, well, we'll do whatever, we'll play with the safety net of replay, and they won't make an affirmative call.
Yeah.
And I think mechanically, psychologically, that can hurt an official. That's why I've always believed that, replay should only be used in a challenge situation.
Yeah.
Or if it's a case like the expedited review where you can say it's a ball spotting situation.
Yeah, if it's stuff that you don't need to waste anyone's time with, just fix it.
The face mask in the Rams game.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Those types of things.
Well, and Wade asked a question, why does officiating regress so much? Maybe that's just me being an old man, but I see so many bad calls from game to game, and at least in my mind, it is way worse than what I remember. I mean, I do think a part of it is what Rhule mentioned earlier. Million camera angles, everything's in high def.
Absolutely.
And we can slow it down. We can watch it back on the internet. Like a game, and the 1982 Penn State game is such an egregious missed call that we could all see on bad televisions with bad cameras and no YouTube. But now, if we want to break down somebody put out like a 5-minute video, I think today or something that Sean Callahan
all
shared.
The messed up calls.
Yeah, and so it's like it's a lot easier for us to see the calls, to have people point out other calls, to rewatch games. It's much easier now than it used to be. I do think there is something though to be said for the over-reliance on replay and how that has actually made them worse too. So I think it's all of those things that go into a bucket.
Right. But I mean, it's one thing if you misconstrue a pass interference or if your judgment on pass interference was arguable. It's another when it's the most basic thing of spotting the football.
Yeah. And they missed it by
2 yards.
2 yards.
That's 6 feet. That's the length of an average human male.
Nice.
That's a long distance.
Yeah.
To miss something by.
It's bad.
That'd be like saying 36 is 40. You know how you get triggered about 39 is 40.
Yeah.
That's like saying
39 is 40. 36 is not 40.
No. We don't round up here like that.
No, not on.
We don't round up here like
not
that.
on a football field.
So, I ask for accountability, and I ask give a little help to the officials too. Stop making them change things in the middle of the season, like different points of emphasis.
Not a bad idea.
Because then guess what? You put that mind in, and then they're looking for it. I think part of the deal with the emphasis on the OPI, now, not only are they asked, hey, when in doubt, it's OPI, but now they're looking for it. And so subconsciously in the back of your head, you've like raised this particular penalty to a higher height of awareness than all other penalties. And I think psychologically that can have an impact as well.
Yeah.
I don't think that does the officials any favors.
We received a call from listener Michael, essentially asking to fight fire with fire by officiating the officials. When should there be a way to tell or have the officials not have the last word? So if somebody makes a call, then somebody can be like, "Hey, official, no." Actually.
Well, that's the expedited review. That's the eye in the sky. Where if they miss something like a really bad spot, and the other things that sometimes expedited review is just real quick. In the NFL, it can be. Something that looks very obvious, like a knee on the ground.
I'm trying to remember, there was something in the game last night that they fixed really fast. And it was like, expedited review says this. And then sure enough, they fixed it. And then on to the next play.
And then on to the next play.
Yeah.
And they have their multi-billion-dollar facility there in Rosemont. So they have the technology. They've already done it.
Yeah, indeed.
Jack Mitchell will join us in the happy hour. But coming up next, a shocking new member of the Cream Team.
Let's find out who it is.
On 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
They only lost by 4 points, so I think we're actually in a good mood. Happy hours on the air.
Oh, so moral victory, Josh.
Yeah.
Close loss, Josh.
Moral victory happy hour?
Don't people seem in a good mood today? I mean, you just yelled, but I think people are in a good mood.
Well,
You know,
actually, I'm in a
Nick
good mood
made
because-
everybody laugh.
because I got a chance to justifiably rip officiating.
That was good. Also, we found out one of the
Which
people
does make me happy.
One of the people arguing in the group chat or in the zone chat on YouTube didn't even watch the game/play that we were discussing as they caped for officials. So that's awesome.
Yeah, that's not.
You know, when Scott Frost lost a game like this, and there were many of them, you weren't this chipper about it, Josh. Interesting.
Some would actually say I was chippier about it, Nick, because they said I hated Scott Frost. So I would argue with you. Maybe it's because I feel good about the game this weekend. I don't know. It is a bummer, though. They were so close. Cue the drop. They were so close.
They were close.
It would have been the biggest win in a generation. Generations.
In terms of upset.
I'm just saying biggest win, purely biggest program win. It would have been the biggest win since the Oklahoma game in 2001.
Wow, no respect for beating Michigan State in the
Michigan State.
Snow Globe.
Sorry, Michigan State. Also, Ken is still being a whiner, says officiating doesn't determine outcomes. You and I never said that about the play. I think the drive was ultimately going to result in a field goal anyway. We were just pointing out horrific officiating. Stop arguing for something you didn't even watch.
As our next guest will always say, bad calls matter.
That was a bad call. It did not, in my opinion, it did not cost them points, but we don't know for sure.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure. They lost a half minute. They would have had 1st and 10 earlier. They also would have had a timeout.
Here's the deal. I can't prove for a fact that had that game been officiated at a competent level, how the result would have gone.
100%.
But if you gave me a chance to watch it again, I would take it. Because I don't like to watch games and wait for an official to screw up a call.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't. I don't. No one does. So, yeah, that is in the Hall of Fame of worst officiated games ever.
Before we get to the Cream team and the members of the Scarlet team, text from the 402. Did John just say, as a radio talk show host that says things that are objectively wrong every day is held responsible in a way that refs are not? Wow, that is clueless. I think we're definitely held more, we
John,
are held.
You're wrong.
Nice, Nick.
There's a difference between an opinion that you disagree with and essentially being a judge. And I'm not saying you have to be perfect. You can't be that imperfect.
Yeah.
There is a threshold of which you cross where here's a line of imperfection that is unacceptable. That was Saturday.
Mm-hmm. It was pretty bad.
Okay. So
pretty bad.
Spare me. Those of you who want to opine for the officials. I don't want to hear from you.
Nice. Well, I won't read any more of their
Well,
texts,
no,
then.
you can read them. I don't care. Because that just gives me a chance to make fun of you too for agreeing with incompetence. For defending it. Hey, here's an idiot who just wanders out in the middle of the street, gets hit by a semi, and didn't think it would ever happen to him. Well, duh. Of course it was.
A lot of people, saying,
Incompetence.
you should ref if you've ever been a ref. Maybe this would be a good bit for next summer is you can be an official for a day at something just so then you can say you have and we can see how you do.
Okay, this sounds like great video content.
What is the difference between that and the people who accuse us of being nonners?
It's the same. It's the same
thing.
You're all the same losers to me.
It's the same thing.
If you can't have an opinion because you haven't done it,
you didn't play pro football.
Yeah. Then you are a loser. If you say that earnestly, you are a huge dork. My goodness.
As the person who used to sit in that chair used to say,
Michael.
I don't know how
Does she get
to
naked?
I don't know how to make a good baked Alaska, but I know when it tastes good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Dorks. Huge loser
Okay.
dorks.
I didn't expect to go off on that kind of a rant. I really didn't. But I did expect this. It's time for the Scarlet and the Cream.
And black.
Maybe.
It's time for the Scarlet, our red alerts. There's a giant hole in the screen door. A good screen door lets the air in, but doesn't let all the bugs and the critters in.
It has tiny holes.
There's a giant hole in Nebraska's screen door right now. They can't execute that play very well for a variety of different reasons, mostly because they don't block it very well.
I was going to ask you, what is the biggest reason? And it's definitely the wide receivers, right?
That is the biggest, but there's also, I mean, there have been times where Dylan may have checked into that play, or it was called against the wrong defense, or maybe used too much, whatever the case may be. I mean, there's other layers, but one of the biggest is Nebraska does not block it very well, especially with the wide receivers.
No, they're really bad.
And occasionally with the tight ends. It's brutal.
They miss them outright sometimes, or they just aren't able to get any push on them.
We've already addressed number 2 on my list, but number 3.
Big Ten officiating, for those who are listening and wondering what number 2 was.
Dylan's deep ball.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Remember when?
I know.
It's almost like something happened on the one in the end zone. Was it Liebentritt? Who was it in the end zone against Illinois?
No, it was
gosh
darn it. Who was it? Nick, who was it?
Borkerker.
Was it Borkacher? No, I thought it was Lindenmeyer.
Lindenmeyer.
Yeah. That was the one.
No, Gus had another. He didn't call him
he called him
Borkerker.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
But it's almost like since that moment, the ability to complete a deep pass has like disappeared. Like he's got the yips. He's turned into Rick Ankiel.
Is that a baseball player?
Yeah, it's the pitcher for the Cardinals who who then just inexplicably just started throwing balls like way over the head.
I always think of Chuck Knobloch when I think of yips.
Too.
What did your dad tell you when you were throwing a baseball as a kid? When he was teaching you how to throw a ball?
Don't throw it through the windshield of my car.
Interesting. My dad said, don't aim it, throw it. He looks like he's aiming. Every throw looks like he's aiming right now.
Still had another special teams brain fart. We have I think we've scratched every box now. Almost every. Well, I guess they haven't given up. They haven't given up a kick return for a touchdown. So we still have a couple of boxes left to scratch.
Knock on wood.
Scratch on wood.
So
the opening kickoff.
Yeah. Have they had a field goal blocked for a touchdown yet, too? That would be the other thing.
Could we bring Will Bolt over from the baseball team and say, here's how you play center field? You know, when the ball's hitting the air, you got to,
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. That was hey, I don't want to step on the cream team's feet just yet. But, dude, the way the defense responded to that whole opening.
Wonderful.
Just incredible.
Wonderful.
The first 5 plays, if you count the kick return and then the 3 and out and then the punt, could not have gone any worse. They responded very well.
And then the final one on the Scarlet is Nebraska needs to find a better couch.
For?
The couch to lay on for the psychoanalysts. Because the last 2 weeks still have me confused. It's like, what?
Maybe the couch was so good.
And Rhule might have hinted that part of the reason for Indiana was they were looking at the name on the front of the jersey.
Perhaps.
I mean, that was,
well, what does that mean for UCLA then? That's
mentioned in the quote there
that
we played earlier. But either way, whatever it is, find a better couch.
Yeah.
Have a better mindset going into these games. I mean, they certainly had the right mindset. Certainly had the right mindset for Ohio State.
Yeah.
But they need to, carbon copy, duplicate, print out extra copies.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, gosh, we're pretty much in agreement. Screen passes, deep balls to begin, so don't really have a whole lot to add on that other than, man, that Jamal Banks play. I know that we spent some time talking about officiating, and there is the first and goal situation from the 7. That Jamal Banks missed touchdown. Man. And he missed one. He missed one on the drive that scored a touchdown too. Later on, he missed a deep ball on that drive. Now they got 7, so in the end it didn't matter. But bummer. I'll go with this though. Kickoffs. Great note from great in terms of that it's good. Not for Nebraska though. Yeah, that didn't make it
great in terms of that it's good, which means it's pretty decent. It's better than average.
Great in that he found a good stat that describes, let's just get to it, shall we?
It's a good stat.
Nebraska's ranking kickoff return is 117th in the country. Huskers 16 returns for 265 yards. Bad. But how about this? In the last month, in October, 10 returns, 129 over the last 4 games. Horrible. You mentioned it. The first one that began the game. I mean, I just don't understand. I just don't understand how it can be so bad, how it can look so bad, how they can have to put their quarterback again at the whatever yard line, 11, 9. What yard line were they at? Like,
I believe it was the 8 or the 9.
What are you doing? How does that happen? It's the opening kickoff of the damn game.
9-yard
fair
line.
Catch it. I'm sick of this garbage.
Yes, fair catch.
Fair catch. Remember, a couple years ago, last few years, everyone was always whining about that. Why do they always fair catch it? Back in the 90s,
Now we know
they
why.
returned it.
Now
Yes.
we know why.
Stop it. Fair catch it.
The good news.
Stop it.
The good news is we know where all the good cheeseburgers are in the state.
Oh, we do know that.
I like cheeseburgers.
It is now on to...
It's gene creaming time. It's cream in your jeans.
No, Rick, you need to say something different. Something on your own.
You're gonna cream.
How about John Hole? How about 3 field goals? How about Happer already being proven wrong?
Yeah.
You're wrong, Happer. You're wrong. Nick Grim. Nick felt like an idiot. For what reason? Many. But in this story, he picked on September the 30th that Nebraska would make 7 more field goals the rest of the year. We all laughed at him. Ha, 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 Nick, you absolute pinhead. Now look at Nick. Nick's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, but they still have to make 4 more.
Hey, they got 4 more games, John.
Maybe they'll start finishing
years.
drives.
Yeah, that's not on the cream team. In all seriousness.
Sorry, this is the cream team.
Look, the snaps were still bad. Every snap. Go back and watch the field goals. Every snap was high and inside. But they got it down, and he made them. I don't think they kicked the second field goal without the first one.
Oh, no, they would never have
And the second
tried
one
that.
was from 50-plus after bad officiating, thankfully, didn't keep him from knocking that down. One of the longest field goals in program history. Shout out to you, John Hole.
An Iowa Western alum.
Sure, that works too.
Go Reavers.
Deshaun Singleton. There are a lot of players on defense I think that you could go with in this one. The defensive line was back, folks. Singleton, though, led the way. Team high 10 tackles. Loved the way that the guys were flying around. It was nice to see, John. It was nice to see these guys flying around, getting pressure on average-ass Will Howard. I'm guessing you're going to disagree on the last, or on my second to last one, rather. That is Dante Dowdell. Look, was this performance worthy of Mike Rozier in 1983? No. But he had 60 yards on 14 carries. He had a long of 19. I know.
60 yards. I'm sorry.
Man,
I'm sorry. I'm from a different time, a different generation.
You're 100. I know.
Nebraska used to run for 300 yards a game at least.
I know. I don't think that they're in the game without his performance. So I thought that Dowdell. I am very much grading on a curve.
The run, yes.
The run game
was
a
very steep curve, but it is yes.
Yeah.
They did run especially in the second half.
This last one I wrote true progress, and it's not about losing a game by 4 points to the number 3 or 4 team in the country. It's not about that. This is one where I'm looking ahead. And I'm saying if all of those quotes, all of the sentiments, all of the positivity, all of the, what was the word that they used? Proud. The pride.
Pride.
If all of that is going to be true, this is the moment. This is where they can prove the believers in them right. This is where they can prove the doubters wrong. This is the chance, man. This is the moment where they can exercise some demons in this month. It does not require 4-0. but it also certainly doesn't mean 0-4, but it doesn't just mean 1-3. This is the moment. So I guess this is a little looking ahead, but true progress is on the table. And I didn't think that I would have said that after the game versus Indiana.
It's Gene creaming time.
I just put the whole field goal unit.
Hey, let's go. Nick, get that graphic ready.
Yes, the snaps were high and inside, but at least they weren't rolling on the ground like a pair of dice. And great job by Buschini to haul those suckers in. Of course, John Hull. And listen, I know people hate Gus, but I have to admit, I was chuckling too when Gus basically pulled out his basketball call for that long field goal. He said, "Ha ha, pure." I did like that.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Indiana was a fluke. No, not the Hoosiers. I'm not going Connor Happer here. But the Indiana run defense effort by Nebraska, that is an aberration. We now know this. I mean, they went out against the two best running backs they're probably going to see all year, and against that offensive unit, and shut their ass down. Down. Half of their runs were stuffed plays, 2 yards or less. Only 2 runs of 10 or more yards. Excellent job. I am willing now to say the Indiana run defense effort was an aberration.
All right.
I'm not saying they're going to hold everybody to under 100 yards the rest of the way, but I'm not concerned. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Jamari Butler. He set the early tone. He was the one that got the first sack, and basically he was the first of the stoppers. 3 tackles for loss. This was the Jamari Butler that was promised.
Nice.
As one who picked him to have the most sacks on the team. I know he was going up against a new left tackle who was getting beat badly, but it was Jamari Butler that was doing the beating, and he was doing a hell of a job. So Jamari Butler's on the cream team. And the fighting spirit, basically, like your last one. I mean, they showed a lot of heart. I'll admit, as I was planning out my day, I still had a little bit of prep to do on my basketball game, and I was doing some notes and things, and I kind of figured by the second half, the game would be on in the background, but I'd be spending most of my time doing that. Didn't touch them.
Nice.
I was locked in. I was like, this is entertainment. This is exciting. These guys are playing their balls off. This is great.
Yeah.
The fighting spirit. Now, just do the same thing next week, and then, well, you don't have to do as much the week after, though. It would be nice if you practiced well.
Practice hard.
And then the last 3 games as well.
At 10 p.m.
So there you
Los
go.
Angeles,
It's Gene
California.
creaming time.
There you go. The cream team.
Nice. I love it.
The cream team. Jack Mitchell's waiting in the guest room, the green room.
Let's go to him.
Actually, it's a very bright room with that sign behind his head.
It is so bright.
Makes it look like he's almost an angel. Back after this with Jack Mitchell on 1620 The Zone.
Wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Heaven's the water of me.
Later today, Jack had some things going on. So for those of you who normally watch us earlier in the Grum, surprise, here he is.
Hey, Jack.
It's a brand new audience for me. How exciting. It's
pretty cool.
It's the afternoon drive crowd, right?
Yeah.
Just slicing through Omaha like a knife through hot butter.
Have you seen the movie Ghost?
Ghost?
Yeah, the one with
Patrick
Demi
Swayze?
Moore and Patrick Swayze.
Yeah.
The pottery scene? Yes.
Yeah, well, just the movie. Have you seen the movie?
Well, all I remember is the pottery scene, but yes.
Okay. Well, Nick is giving away VHS copies of the movie.
It's such a great prize.
Great prize.
It's the band Ghost, Jack. They're coming to Omaha next year.
Very, very good. Very good.
Oh,
prize.
okay.
How about this? Jack Lance says, tell Jack his mere presence on the Good Life Havsy route led me to bust out a PR. He's the new coach boyfriend. Regular old Pat Fitzgerald out there. What a motivator.
Wait,
somebody called me Coach.
To send out a press release?
That's awesome. Somebody called. It was probably that guy. Somebody said, "Hey, you're my coach boyfriend" on the route. That was amazing.
Oh, that was Lance.
Psyching up people. You need to bring me to one of your marathons, Josh. I don't know, but like serious people like you probably don't want to engage with me.
No, I like it. I engage.
He's too busy listening to Bill Simmons at triple speed.
I don't listen on my races, John. I listen to the crowd as they get me hyped.
I've done this for about 5 years with the Havsy, and this is a half marathon in Lincoln, and I stand on the. It's nice because I'm at like the 2.25 mile mark, so everybody's still feeling pretty. Everybody's still feeling pretty good, right?
Nice.
Like everybody's still feeling pretty good. And I take a Bluetooth speaker and I hold it over my head and I put on a playlist I made of 80s movie training montage songs.
Well,
so like a lot of Survivor and like You're the Best Around by Joe Bean Esposito and that kind of stuff. And I put that at full blast and I hold it above my head. And then I'm like, let's go. And I read their names off their bibs, which I can see it. And I'm like, let's go, Michelle. You're looking good. And people it's incredible. It's the only situation in life where you will have hundreds of people in a single day go from a look of strain, of Bob Diaco strain on their face, completely to smiling at you and thrilled to see you right there. It's great. I love it. It's one of my favorite things to do. So take me to your next marathon.
I asked Paige if she saw you, Jack, when she was running, and she said yes, but I was expecting you to be there with like KLIN instead of just hanging out with your kid with a speaker.
Oh, wow.
I had a huge KLIN flag right I was next to it. It was
a
giant.
tough look for Paige's eyesight.
She was locked in, Josh. She was locked in. Running.
Yeah, so we tried to get the branding there. That's disappointing. The branding didn't work.
Wow, that is disappointing. Were any of the messages of inspiration something to the effect of, hey, you got this, unlike those refs in yesterday's game?
Nice.
I think I'm sure. I mean, I probably did refer to something about that. Yes, I probably did. Like, hey, you got runners getting a little bit too close together. Hey, watch out. Offensive pass interference, right? That's that pass you're trying to make right there. A little bit too much contact. OPI.
Jack, I know that you have been, I think, a little more positive coming out of this game as most people would expect. Nary a groin kick gif appeared on the internet, at least that I saw coming
that's
from
true.
you.
You're right.
So I use that as a way to reference the quotes that came out of Saturday from Matt Rhule and players. Proud was the word that was used a lot by them. They described their feelings as being proud. Good word to describe your feelings.
It's different. I don't know if that's an adjective a fan uses like a player would use, but encourage. I know there was all this rhetoric that was floating out there. It says no moral victories, right? It's a loser mentality to have moral victories, but no one denies that different losses, not every loss feels the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a spectrum in how you react to losses. Indiana was kind of the worst imaginable, nearly something like that. Obviously, Ohio State was a lot better. Did I celebrate like Nebraska won the game? No, because
No.
that would have been a bender you would have never forgotten had I done that. That would have been, it would have been amazing. No, but I was like, I think I had myself in a mindset that a lot of people did, guys, after the Indiana game, that was like, worst case scenario is really, really bad right now.
Yes.
And while nothing's changed in terms of wins after that, I'm not as afraid of that scenario as I was after the Indiana game. And, I didn't ever expect they could do this. Like, they looked, the defense in particular, obviously, was ridiculously good in parts of that game. Like, unthinkably good against an offense that I had hyped up in my mind so much going into this season, Josh. Just all of the talk about Ohio State this season. I mean, I basically thought of them as immortal in some ways, to a fault, I'm sure. But I came away as good as you could possibly feel after loss. And you know what? The other thing that helped it, and this is not believing in your team, but once Ohio State got that first long pass on that drive, I was like, now their offense is gonna work. It's just now their offense is gonna work. And when Nebraska got the ball back, I was like, there's no way. There's just no. It's not even that I don't believe in them. I didn't believe in the way that they played was a fluke, but I just didn't expect it to happen, and it didn't, because it never does.
Yeah. Once Ohio State took the lead, like, that was the drive that was going to decide the game. If they got a stop on that drive, I think they would have won, and it was just so easy for Ohio State. And even though Nebraska's offense had 2 more possessions because they had the ball, they didn't do anything, then they had to stop them again, and then they got the ball back. It was just hard to believe that they could do it once they didn't get that one stop.
Yeah, that was, especially after they scored. It was really, though, after that one big play, I was like, oh, geez, they haven't done that since the first half. And now, of course, they figure out a way. And how many times have we seen this with a Nebraska defense where the entire game, they look great, right? And then one defensive drive comes up and the offense is doing things that they haven't done. It happened with Maryland. It happened with Wisconsin. It happened with Iowa. It happened with Minnesota last year to some degree, with all of those games. And it kind of felt like that in a lot of ways. Not to take much away from the defense's performance, but I've just seen it so many times, I kind of expect it in some ways.
Yeah.
So to answer Mitch Sherman's question, because Mitch asked this question in his post-game column, was how much do you trust these guys? It sounds like you have a lot of trust that they're going to finish this strong.
Yeah, I guess unless they've got to either score or stop someone within the last 2 minutes of the game, to be honest. But yeah, I have a lot of trust. Let's say this: I have a lot of trust in the defense. I have a lot of trust in the defense against the offenses that they are going up against. I've got a lot of trust that the defense will get to a point where, if the offense isn't, giving up pick sixes or something, that 21 points will probably be pretty good for winning those games. I'm thinking, if the offense can get that in most of these situations. Now, will they? I don't know. That's another question. But yeah, I would say I have a lot of confidence in the defense. I would not say I have a lot of confidence in the offense. No, I don't think anyone would.
Well, then on that subject, because there were several things that came out of Saturday, but one of the things, at least as I was driving into Omaha and listening to Gary and Nick on Big Red Overreaction, one of the very prevalent themes was Marcus Satterfield. Are you more or less willing to join that chorus that it's probably time for a change at the end of the year?
Well, I wouldn't be. Assuming things go like they do, I guess I would like to see the rest of the season before I fully go. But I can't.
It plays out like it's like
I'll say this: like if I can't imagine being disappointed if a change is made, right? Like I can't be like, they really should have stayed with this. I do get sometimes. I think it's become such low hanging fruit, the Satterfield thing and the play calling thing, that it becomes like tunnel vision in terms of discussion after the game. But I understand the critiques that were going on with Ohio State, the first and second down calls on that final drive or whatever it was, or was it second and third down, whatever it was, the screen passes, the goal line stuff. Like I get the critiques there. I just think there's a lot of other things too that are happening with the offense right now that are issues.
Hey, Jack, earlier today I said that versus UCLA, I wouldn't be surprised if Nebraska won comfortably to the point where I could see them winning by 3 scores. Is that an asinine opinion?
I mean, quite a few. I'm
So
trying
like
to think.
17 to 21 points.
I don't know. Like UCLA, what was the win that they got? What was the random win that
Rutgers.
they got? Rutgers?
They
Yeah,
won
but
by 3. They
man,
won 35-32.
Man, but other than that, you look at their resume, it's so bad.
Yep.
It's like brutal bad and blown out too in a lot of situations. So would that shock me? No, I don't think so. I don't know if I'll predict it, but I don't see that off the table at all.
It is crazy when you look at their scores. Here's the number of points. This is UCLA. 16, 13, 17, 13, 11, 17, 35.
One of these things is not like the
one
other.
of these things is definitely
35 was against Rutgers?
Yes.
Yep.
Weird.
In their other win, they scored 16 against Hawaii.
Jeez.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Yeah, I watched that
they
game,
always
yeah.
scored between 11 and 17 points until the Rutgers game. Isn't that crazy? They scored between 11 and 17 points in their first, 6 games?
Mhm.
And then they scored 35.
I mean, Nebraska should hold them to single digits. They should. I don't know if they will, but that should be the goal for this defense. Single digits against them. Get the offense in double digits and you win that thing. That again, will it actually happen? I don't know, but they are capable. They're absolutely capable of doing that without a doubt.
Would you say, Jack, as Nebraska prepares to embark on their final 4 games this year with the same record as they had at this time last year, they've gotten to that record in much different ways. This one started out 5-1. They've lost 2 in a row. Last year started off 2-3, and then they won 3 in a row in October. So all of that preamble to ask this, do you feel better going into November this year versus last year?
That's a good question. We were more sure. The UCLA game kind of changes things up a little bit.
And it's a home game, too.
It's a home game. So I think as a whole, I think we were more confident last year. Like everyone was like, they're going to win one of them.
Because they'd won 3 in a row.
Right? They're like, there's no, it's not going to happen where they lose out, which they actually obviously did.
Yeah.
Nobody's quite saying that this year, though, right?
No.
And even though I don't I think it would be I would be surprised and really disappointed if they lost to UCLA, but nobody's quite saying it the same way they were last year. And that's probably why, as they were coming off of those wins and the momentum was there. I don't know. Do the last four look, the last 4 probably look a little bit more. Well, yeah, they're more difficult. The last 4 look more difficult this year than they did as a whole last year. Obviously USC, I don't know.
Maryland had lost 4 or 5 in a row before they played Nebraska.
Yeah.
Wisconsin was having a real rough first year under Fickell. They were 5-5 going into that game.
And
Iowa had to fire their OC.
Right.
And Michigan State too, wasn't it? Before that, that was the other
Michigan
one, right?
State wasn't, anything, great at that point.
Yeah, you thought Nebraska would win that. Kind of like that. You think they'll win.
Meanwhile, if you believe K Ford, outside of UCLA power rankings, USC 15 still.
Wow.
Wisconsin 27, Iowa 23.
Wow. We'll see. We will see. Boy. Yeah, there's still a big range. There is still obviously a really big range of how successful this season can feel. There's still a pretty high ceiling and obviously a really low floor that's still out there. Especially with just the emotion wrapped up, I think, in finally beating. If you could finally get Wisconsin and Iowa in the same year, I think that an end on that, man, I think the momentum that would give almost whatever happens in the 2 games previous, the momentum that would give the program and the fan base, if they could actually get those 2 done, it would be huge to actually do that and finish off winning on Iowa's home field.
Are you worried that, and I know we're projecting here that they're going to win on Saturday, that because I've heard this from a lot of people that just getting to 6 will be like, oh my God, thank God. And that there might be complacency.
I can't imagine it would
Just
be like that. It would, I mean, to me, it would be the exact opposite. I mean, I don't know. And I can't go in there, but I've got to imagine it has got to be a sigh of relief everywhere and just like a load off of their shoulders to actually get past that after what happened. And Rhule says he's not talking or thinking about, not bringing it up. He was asked it again today, or he bringing up the 6-win thing. He's not even talking, but I mean, he's obviously thinking about it, right? He is obviously he's thinking about wanting bowl practices. I'm sure he is, right? So that alone, I think would take some of the pressure off if they could get that just done with and notched. And then, I'm not saying everything's gravy after that, because nobody's going to come out of a 6-win season and be celebrating it this year, but at least the complete catastrophe is avoided if that happens.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jack. Like, I'm so curious to see if they get it done on Saturday, which I think they will. What does it do for them the last 3 games? Because they also have the off week.
Yeah, and a bye.
Yeah, so it's like, are they finally like a loose football team for the first time in years? Or are we overestimating it? I mean, given what you just said about Rhule, where, I mean, he obviously wants it, but I don't think that the end-all be-all of this season was to make a bowl game. So, like, I want to see what that looks like, you know?
And it's true. Rhule kind of thinks this team plays to the helmet. He said that today, right? And that's one of the issues.
Yeah,
what an interesting quote.
And USC, I assume, is a helmet, right? So you go into that situation that's kind of like Ohio State, and a game where, if that's true, right, hopefully they come out and they perform well right away because they've got the requisite motivation. They're taking them seriously, even regardless of what USC has done during the year. If they come into this game 500, I think that it'll feel like a helmet, right? No matter what USC has done, don't you agree that game is going to feel almost even bigger than Indiana in some ways because of that tendency toward looking at the helmet sometimes?
Well, and you know what else could get thrown into that too is now they don't play this week. Or no, they do play this week and then they don't play the next week. But it's not like that. I don't even know who they play. Now I got to open it up. That fan base, I think, is caught in their feels. They play Washington on Saturday. So it's like
it could be so similar to that Ohio State game in some ways, just because you're catching them at a time where they expect that they should win this. And if things go bad early, John and I were on. John, you made a comment on Twitter to me during the game where I said that stadium you can feel turning on them. And John was like, we know that feeling all too well, or something like that. And I thought that exact same thing after you said it. I was like, man, how many times has Memorial Stadium felt like that? Like that Northern Illinois game with Mike Riley is the one I think of. It was almost like once they had a few things go right, the entire stadium was just, frustrated, puckering, not supporting the team in an outward way that was really helping them. And that's what it felt like.
It could be that at USC.
It could be that at USC. Yeah.
If there's anybody there.
Well, and there's probably a bazillion Nebraska fans who live around the LA area too. They're going to be there.
Yeah, that'll be a migration game.
And there will be a lot of empty seats. That place will not be full. And will it be the 10 o'clock kickoff?
That's what I want to know.
I don't think it will be. I think it'll be on NBC. I think it'll be in prime time on NBC.
You think so?
Oh, still in the evening though?
Because night game. But the rest of the week's schedule is not super duper strong. I looked this up earlier.
Yeah.
But you got 2 big brand names, and if anything, in LA. So I think I bet it ends up on NBC.
Yeah, and it feels like Lincoln Riley could implode at any minute completely.
Good.
Like it feels like that. It feels like that thing might be in its final days.
To me, you mentioned Northern Illinois. To me, the Ball State game in 2007.
I wasn't at that one, but I bet it was. Yeah,
you felt the booing coming through the press box windows. People were so mad. I mean, even
they won that game.
Even the Bo Rude, what was it, an interception return for a touchdown?
Yes, the game winner.
Yeah, that gave him the lead. Yeah, there was a cheer, but you almost could feel the. Well, yeah, you should have done that, 2 quarters ago.
Because that was the first. That was the first of those, right? Like
that was the game.
Team
that was the
really,
game after the USC game.
No, I meant more like for the program where like a G5 team really took him to the ropes. That was the first,
right?
And so it kind of set up for what was to come next.
It's a game. It's a game where the fan base is already mad and frustrated with the team about something that happened previously. And there's no real happy outcome to it, right?
No.
If you blow the team out, it's like, okay, well, yay.
You were supposed
You
to do
did what
that.
you had to do. Let's get to Penn State next week or whatever game is next. But if it's close at all, it's already a disappointment at that point, right? It's exactly what you were talking about, John. We've been there in that situation. It was already a disappointment. It changes. You can feel it. And Ohio State, by the way, is notorious for doing that. It happened to them in 2018 against Nebraska too.
And you know what, Jack? I think looking now again at Saturday, I think the fan base is going to come into this one like ready to go because of how they played against Ohio State. Yeah.
It's going to be a lot better.
A lot of the results didn't happen in the inverse. If they played Indiana close and then they got stomped by Ohio State, I don't think it'd be that way. But I think people are going to be like, let's do this. Let's just get past the barrier and move forward.
And honestly, a belief in the defense is maybe the biggest key thing for a fan base to come out live in a game like this.
I agree.
Yeah, because that's when you want to make noise, not when you're on offense.
Yeah, but what?
What if they go down the field?
No. I'm just saying, what happens on the first bad screenplay?
Yeah, you're right. The screenplay is going to be
some booze.
I mean, it could gain like 3 yards, which for last week would have been like great.
Yeah,
and I could still, you'll hear the murmur,
murmurs.
You'll hear the murmurs. But you're right. I mean, a good defensive performance is the easiest way to get a crowd jacked up.
If I'm UCLA, I'm blitzing all of the time because they know Nebraska is going to be scared to throw a screen pass to neutralize the all-out blitz. So very aggressive.
One final thing from Jake. He asks,
hello, Jake.
If it meant Nebraska winning out, would Jack embrace 7-nation army?
Oh, hell yeah, Jack.
Would I embrace it?
Yes, would you embrace it if it meant Nebraska wins out?
It's a cool, fun idea that I've seen a lot of times this year. It seems to be catching on in different parts of the country.
What?
I've noticed on college football Saturdays. Envy of some other sports too, actually. But it seems to be one of the new hot trends. So
interesting. New and hot.
Yeah. I think it's one of the I think this TikTok thing must have blown it up. Perhaps.
Shout out to the youths.
Yeah. So
your disgust of 7-nation army humors me because this is the program that uses a 40-year-old song as its tunnel walk.
That's true.
To be fair, it's been a bit, but it's never really been discussed exactly. It's been more just mocking.
Yeah, were you making fun of the fact that like every Big Ten school used it?
That everyone in sports, I mean, this has been like a 10-year running gag where it was just like, it was the only song anyone played or sang at a stadium. And so the tweet it's kind of died off. It's run its course, but it's cool, fun idea. The Ohio State crowd is singing an early aughts rocker by the Black Keys.
Yeah, how about this from Dave Fight?
7-Nation Army.
People born the year 7-Nation Army came out can drink legally now. How about that?
People that were born the year that Sirius came out are in their 40s.
Wow, they're old. They're old. It's like, Jack, in the SEC, how all the bands play the same little note. It's like,
yes.
Na, 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 na. No, when I think of that, I think of the Gators.
Go
That's
Gators.
the only place
Other schools do it too. Go Bama.
Yeah, they do it.
Go
I thought it was just a Florida thing, and then I heard other ones do it, and I thought it was weird.
Na, 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 na.
It just
They should go to Nebraska games. Da, na, 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 na.
Go
Go
Huskers.
Jack, when you said the Black Keys, was that a joke? Were you doing a bit?
Oh, sorry, White Stripes, Black Keys.
Is Dave trolling us here by saying that Ball State game was arguably the best win of Callahan's tenure?
Yeah, that's not arguably the best win.
No, that was
What is the best win? Colorado or is it Michigan? It's either Colorado or Michigan, right?
Those two up there,
and then the Texas loss.
A&M.
Texas A&M is a good one. Road win, ranked win.
Clinch the North Division.
That's a good one, man. That's one of their last road wins.
Honestly, the
Missouri win against Missouri in 06.
The double overtime win against Iowa State was pretty good.
I
mean, for what it meant for the program at the time. Callahan had a few.
Yeah,
he had a few good ones.
Shout out Bill. He had better wins than Frost did. He had better wins than Riley did.
All of those are better than any win we've experienced in like 7 years.
Yeah,
that's true.
Let that soak in for a second.
Bring back Billy C.
Hey man, that guy was a great recruiter. And his press conferences were hilarious.
I mean, the Titans
offensive line coach. Bet he wouldn't throw any screens.
No, he'd block it well.
That's
Dave
what,
writes,
that's
the
what they need.
following year, that Ball State team won 10 games. Yeah, the following year.
Yeah, that's like saying the Nevada win in 07 was great because Colin Kaepernick was on that roster.
That's like saying anyone who beat Tom Allen's Indiana last year was the 85 Bears.
Nice. You and Happer both triggered so much by the Indiana Hoosiers.
Oh, Happer is too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He and Josh are back and forth forever this afternoon.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait till this dream ends.
Oh, it ends
And
in the semifinals of the playoff? Yeah.
Whatever.
That's
Yeah.
really
If
get
that's
them.
where it ends, I'll be more than
When they
even
lose in the Final Four, I'm going to give them so much crap.
I will. I don't care. I don't care. It'll build up even more if that's the case.
They lose in Game 7 in the World Series. It's going to be hilarious.
No, here's what's going to
You
suck.
know what? If it's possible, we just did one, but I'd like to do a Wang Nachos for Ohio State versus Indiana and invite Connor.
Buckeyes. Always loved the Buckeyes. Let's go. Wow.
I would love this.
This is
'Cause then
the week Nebraska plays Wisconsin. Sadly.
Oh,
damn it.
darn.
Indiana plays Michigan on the 9th, though. What if we got together for the Michigan-Indiana game?
I've always liked the maize and blue.
Michigan, they suck.
Josh, always liked the maize and blue.
I'm rooting for Indiana.
Really enjoyed their national championship last year.
That was fun. Remember when they beat Ohio State? Yeah. What if Michigan beats Ohio State again this year?
That ain't happening because Michigan sucks.
It's really all over then. It's officially done. It's done if that happens. Then we're
Nebraska could have been a part of the Fire Ryan Day bandwagon. It's such a bummer that they lost. Bummer.
Yeah. Well,
Bummer.
that's all right. Ryan will fall into another job. He'll be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Don't you wish that upon me? I cannot root for that man.
Indiana's probably not. They're probably going to lose in the conference title game. And
you can root for that dopey oaf Mike McCarthy, but you can't root for Ryan Day.
Wow, what does his weight have to do with anything?
He's just a dopey
John?
oaf.
Wow. No, I'd root
Hey,
for
look
Ryan
at me and my giant Waffle House menu.
I'd root for
Hey,
Ryan
Dak,
Day.
throw 4 more incompletions.
Yeah, he sucks. Everyone sucks. Everything's bad. All right, we should probably go to break.
Indiana's going to host a stupid playoff game, aren't they?
Hell yes, they are, man. It's going to be awesome.
How about this? Notre Dame at Indiana in the playoff. All Indiana. We got so excited about getting the South team up north, and we ended up getting 2 stupid teams from Indiana.
You know what that would be like? That, you guys won't get this reference, but in 1986, Fremont hosted Creighton Prep in the Class A championship game, and all the Prep fans were triggered because we didn't have enough seats for them. That's what Notre Dame going to Indiana for a playoff game would be like. Why are we playing in this crappy stadium? There's not enough seats here.
Hey, how about this for Wang Nachos? If Indiana plays on the Friday, December 20th, you have a game the next day in Omaha against Nova.
Yeah.
But you would have Friday night free, assuming you get your prep done. What if we do Wang Nachos to watch Indiana, Jack, on that Friday night of the playoff?
I would love this.
Possibly.
Jack, we could invite Connor.
Isn't there some Nebraska ball game at 2 a.m. or something that night too?
Yes, I'm sure it's against some real,
Oh, that's right.
Josh, John, it's the Diamond Head Classic. Show some respect.
Probably against Midland
Put some
Lutheran.
respect on the name
Put
of
some
the
respect on the
Diamond
Diamond on the DHC. Come on now.
Did Nebraska ball
No,
schedule
that's a couple
Dana
days
College
later.
this year?
Jack, that's a couple days later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, the women played Doane yesterday, though.
Oh.
Nice.
Well, that's an exhibition. I get that, but the non-con schedule is
stinky.
Kind of stinky.
I saw Creighton play a Division III team or something.
McKendree.
Yeah. Jeez.
Bring back McKendree.
You got no room to talk. We got Alabama. We might have to play Alabama twice.
Yeah, but not Oregon. Soft.
Been there, done that.
Nice.
All right.
In the Big Ten.
Jack, this was fun.
Thanks.
Yes, we are avoiding the Big Ten.
Have a great day.
See you later.
We'll see you. All right. We got to take a break. We're way past break time, 16:20 zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday, the wife made a delicious cheeseburger soup with some grilled cheese sandwiches.
And the gravy.
And we have some left over, so I'm going to have it again tonight. It was so good. It was so delicious.
Good.
The cheeseburger soup is tremendous. It's great. That's what I'm doing.
We did lasagna soup last night.
Ooh, soup season.
Very
I
tasty.
thought you didn't like soup.
No, remember last year I told you I'm a soup boy now.
Oh.
Soup, gravy. It's been a big couple of years.
It
But you
has.
won't do stew.
Probably not.
Is lasagna soup not stew? Because the threshold between soup and stew, there's chunks in stew. I think you've had lasagna stew.
Stew theoretically is thicker than soup.
Anyway, butter chicken with cheesy garlic naan tonight.
Ooh.
Is what we're having.
That sounds good. Last night we did steak and broccoli. Tonight,
yum.
I'm working late, so I'm on my own. Probably fast food. I don't know.
Working late. If only there was a way in which he didn't have to work late.
Right. But the thing is, that's not what the plan is. So we're just sticking to the plan.
Michael Severe texts in asking, is Indiana to the college football playoff a bit that you guys are doing?
I mean, they could get,
I believe right now,
if they go 11-1, they'll make the playoff.
I will open up the FanDuel odds on who will make the playoff.
Assuming it's 11-1 and they, get left out of the conference championship game because of the Big Ten and their stupid no divisions.
So right now, they
Tiebreakers.
are just outside of the odds that FanDuel has. They are even odds. They are tied with Alabama at plus 100, and they are
Indiana tied with Alabama.
They are 14th. There's one G5 team in front of them, Boise at minus 140. They are the G5 favorite to make the playoff. Otherwise, though, that is the range in which they're in. Am I an idiot? I am confused as to why the pushback for the Indiana Hoosiers.
Because
I'm a believer in this team.
Because just like the football team, apparently, we're looking at the name on the outside of the helmet. I get it. They haven't played a great schedule. But let's pretend that they lose a competitive game to Ohio State and they win out. But then, again, because of the goofy Big Ten tiebreaker rules, whatnot, if they're 11-1, if a Big Ten team is 11-1, it's going to be hard.
Unless Michael's
to leave
argument
them out.
and others is they don't think they will be 11-1 and that they'll be 10-2, and then
Who else are they losing to?
So they got Michigan State, they have Michigan off, Ohio State and Indiana. They're Indiana, Ohio State, and then Purdue. Indiana,
Then y'all got a lot more faith in the Wolverines than I do.
or Michigan State,
Or Michigan State.
I know that they did pick up a dub. Michigan State did versus Iowa, and that was nice. But then they lost to Michigan. They turned around and lost to Michigan.
I just want it to happen now.
And they were
so that
fighting on the field like a bunch of jerks.
I want this just so we can have an excuse to have a Wang Nachos and watch Jack
Friday night
and Connor
Great
and
night.
Josh.
Great night.
War over Indiana.
I'd be rooting so hard for
And
the
then
Hoosiers.
Shafe and I will sit back and enjoy
I'm gonna laugh so hard when
our
they
company
lose in the playoff. Yeah,
I mean,
that'd be great.
I'll take up more for Josh's side than I will
Hell
their
yeah.
side because I think Indiana's a good damn football team.
They're a good football team, man. I watch them. I think they're good.
They're a good damn football team.
And part of it too is I don't watch a lot of other teams and think like, wow, that's a great team. Like this is a wide open year right now.
It's a
Wide
damn
open.
shame that we had to ruin the tradition of the Rose Bowl. Imagine Indiana going to the Rose Bowl.
I know, for the first time since what, the
imagine
60s?
they could put like the little rose. You know how the Big Ten teams would always put the rose on the helmet or something to honor their Rose Bowl. Imagine how cool that uniform would look with the little rose.
It'll be even
on
better,
it.
John. They'll be hosting a playoff game.
And then they could stop the game midway through
Versus Notre Dame.
midway through the fourth quarter and get their picture taken in front of the sunset over the San Gabriels. Sorry, we got to stop the game and bus the team over to the San Gabriel so
Look
we can
at
take a
us.
picture.
Look at the
We'll be back in
sun.
about an hour and a half. Well, 2.5 hours based on LA traffic.
Sounds awesome.
I would have loved it.
Sounds awesome.
Now they're just going to have to get there as part of the quarterfinals.
Yep, indeed. Indeed it was.
I guess we have a little bit of time for this. D. Wade is taking some flack, and it's not even his fault.
Though, no, he saw it. He saw this weird monstrosity.
So they have unveiled a Dwayne Wade statue in front of the Miami Heat arena, and it's of him. This must have been from a celebration he had after winning a championship.
It was
the celebration.
Nice. I think it was actually before they won the championship. I think it was like early in his career. He made like a game winner and reacted that way.
So it's like he's in mid yell and his fingers are like out and he's like pointing.
I think he was
down.
like, "This is our house," or whatever, something like that.
And there have been many folks who thought this was not a great depiction of
It's
D.
not.
Wade.
It's horrible.
He almost looks like the grandpa from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
That's the thing. He looks old AF.
Well, some people thought he looked like Lawrence Fishburne.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Dwayne Wade.
What has he said?
He's responded to the polarizing reactions.
He saw the statue when they were working on the head.
He said, if I wanted it to look like me, I would just stand outside the arena and y'all would take photos. It don't need to look like me. Wow. It's an artistic version of a moment that happened that we're trying to cement.
That's like a Husker fan caping for Marcus Satterfield after the 11th screen pass. Guys, you don't know ball. It's okay that he throws a screen. That's funny.
That is it's an interesting angle to take, though.
Yeah.
It's an artistic representation. It's kind of a good
the
cover.
artist managed to get the Miami Heat uniform looking pretty accurate.
At least he got the uniform correct.
I mean, I've seen a lot of statues of players. There's many outside of Wrigley Field, and they all look just like, the Ryan Sandberg statue looks like Ryan Sandberg.
You know what the best
the
statue
Ron Santo
is?
statue looks like Ron Santo. The Tom Osborne statue looks like Tom Osborne.
The best statue, oh man, and now we're out of time. There's all these Texas Longhorn statues that are just the funniest thing outside of the stadium, and now I can't find it. Very sad. Oh, well, it was a great idea to show you in passing.
All right. Tomorrow, I'm not sure if we'll have Farron tomorrow because it's going to be Game 4 of the World Series.
He's quitting on us again.
The Dodgers might be going for a sweep tomorrow.
Oh, wait, remember, he told us he might have to do it live.
Oh, that's right, live.
And we get more VHS to Ghost.
Oh, yeah, more Ghost VHS.
Bye.
Tips.